Call to order. We have a quorum. Welcome to the February 22nd, 2022 Ojai City Council meeting. May we have the roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney. He's here. There he is. Councilmember Blatz.
Here.
Councilmember Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Here.
Thank you very much, Gail. Bill, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Sure. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bill. Approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve.
Second, Warwick.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please, Gail.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Yes.
Thank you. Any presentations tonight, James?
No presentations tonight, Mayor.
Or commission reports?
I do not see any commissioners currently in the waiting room, so no commissioner reports.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick reminder to my council members about the 3 rules so that we can have the most efficient and civil meeting possible. Please raise your hand and wait to be called on. No crosstalk. Please bring it back to the chair. Use raised hand icon, please. That makes it a lot easier on Zoom. Please be brief and to the point. And number 3, please refrain from comment or deliberative discussion on any agenda item until after we have heard from all members of the public. When you ask a staff member a question, please avoid turning your question into a comment. Thank you. And when you're out of order, I'm going to use the gavel. And then just a note on public communication. For clarity, another order of business. These are items not on the agenda, and because they are not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. When you make a comment, and I'm speaking to the public, when you make a comment, we're not ignoring you. We appreciate your viewpoint and participation. We can agendize for the future. And normally public comments are 3 minutes. If there are more than 10 speakers on one specific agenda item, we will reduce that to 2 minutes. In the sense of fairness and efficiency, I ask that you stop talking when the time is up and model civility and respect for our children and our children's children. There will be no giving away time to another speaker. A lot can be said in 2 or 3 minutes. So we're doing our best, all of us, to run an effective meeting. And I thank you very much for your understanding and your cooperation. So let's move on to the consent calendar.
Mayor,
Yes.
I want to pull item F.
Okay.
Move approval items A through E.
Oh, sorry.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, please, Gail.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney.
Yes.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick.
Yes.
Councilmember Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz.
Yes.
Thank you. And you want to talk about item F?
Yeah, I mainly wanted to give Mayor Pro Tem Haney the opportunity to tell us something about the applicant, and because the applicant didn't really fill out the application except for his contact information, and that he's been in the valley for 7 months, and he lives in the city. But you know, these commissions are very important, and I think from here on we should require that they be filled out.
Okay. Yeah, we can make sure that all the boxes are filled, even if it's just none or NA. So we'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you.
But can Randy tell us something about?
I thought I shared that with you. Did you get my email that you sent me?
Yes, but I think it's good.
So why don't you read it out loud? I have no more to say.
I don't have it in front of me, Randy.
Well,
I do remember that you said he was a wonderful family man who had children in sports.
And in our schools.
and in our schools.
Just remind you all to bring it back to the chair. So if you can use your icon just to make it simpler. Well, in terms of moving forward, James, we can make sure that all the boxes are checked.
Yes, we could do that. And then if council wants to take a vote on this today, they can, or if council wants us to come back with that additional information, we can do that either. So it's just up to the city council how you'd like to proceed.
Okay. Randy?
I would move to approve.
Okay. Second? Okay. All right. Roll call, please, Gail.
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney,
Yes.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick,
Yes.
Thank you. Susie, yes?
I have a request that even though it's I want to say postpartum, I want to say that I think that the applicant should still fill it out.
Okay, well, we'll take care of it.
Or send us an email that tells us something about him, or he can speak during public comments next time, something like that. That's my request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to public communication. Communication, Gail, tonight?
anyone in the Zoom meeting would like to speak, please use the hand raise function now. And we've got one person who has his hand raised. This is Tim Kraut. I'm going to go ahead and bring him in. Mr. Kraut, you should be able to speak. If you can, please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff. Starting February 1st, this month, I've been tabulating the number of players utilizing the 8 tennis courts at Libby Park and the number of players using the pickleball courts. As you remember, the pickleball courts take up 1 tennis court. I personally observed the number of players 2 times a day, morning and afternoon, every weekday at both locations. So to date, February 22nd, which is a total of 16 days, the number of players at each location is as follows. Libby Park, a cumulative total of 346 players. This is an average of 22 players per day on 8 tennis courts, or 2.7 players per day on 1 tennis court. Pickleball courts, a cumulative total of 554 players. This is an average of 34 players per day on 1 tennis court. This shows that there are 13 times more people or Ojai citizens using the 1 tennis court that has been converted to pickleball than the number of people, Ojai citizens, using the 8 tennis courts at Libby Park. Your job as elected officials is to make decisions and establish policies that best serve the majority of the Ojai citizens. So are you really serving the majority of the Ojai citizens by denying the expansion of pickleball into Libby Park? How would the tennis community be hurt by giving up 1 or 2 courts to be converted to pickleball? Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Any other public communication? Yeah.
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to number 2, the public hearing.
Mayor, can you see my?
Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know if Tim Kraut can hear me, but I think I would like to have those statistics in writing.
Okay, all right.
Now, in case it's valuable for the future, I'd like to. Thank you.
And Mayor, can I just quickly add that item, the pickleball item, is going to be discussed on the March 3rd Parks and Recreation Commission meeting. So just for anybody interested in that topic.
Good to know. Thank you. All right, we will move on to number 2, the public hearing, zone change and general plan amendment for proposed change of zone designation from public to multifamily residential at 309 North Blanche Street. We'll move to the staff report. James.
Real quickly, Mayor, I have
Oh.
I have a financial relationship with the applicant, so I have to recuse myself on this.
Okay. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, and I have a brief presentation. I see the applicant, and then our community development director in the waiting room. So while I'm giving those couple slides, I'll ask James or Gail to let those folks into the meeting. The item is for a proposed zone change and general plan amendment for 309 North Blanche Street, which is currently zoned PL or public use. And the applicant has applied to change it to a residential use. They had initially applied for an R3, which is a higher density zoning, but the Planning Commission reviewed it and identified it as recommended that the City Council adopt an R2 zoning instead. And I'll go through quickly a little bit on what that means, but I want to start with just quickly showing the property at 309 North Blanche to give everybody an idea of the location. It is on the corner of Oak and Blanche. The property has the Christian Science Society reading room, which dates back to about 1940. They served the Ojai community until 2019, but closed at that time. And so the site still includes that building, which is a single-story L-shaped building. It still includes the parking area and the landscaping from the Christian Science Society reading room. For that reason, it was zoned PL, public use. And apologies, it looks like the capitalizations disappeared when we formatted this. But and so it was previously the Christian Science Society reading room. The applicant applied for a zone change and a general plan amendment. That item went to the Planning Commission on January 19th earlier this year. The Planning Commission reviewed and compared it to the neighboring properties, which I'll also show in a map in a moment, and the density of those neighboring properties, and ultimately recommended that the City Council adopt an R2 zone, not an R3. And so that is the item before council today. Give me 1 second. I wanted to just briefly note when we say R1, R2, R3, I wanted to explain what that means. For zoning, as I mentioned a moment ago, the public zoning, which it currently is located in a PL zone, is usually for buildings like churches or the City Hall building and other kind of government agency buildings. The application is to consider either R3 or an R2, and what those kind of the three zones for single or the three zones that it would potentially fall under for residential zoning would be either an R1 zoning, which is single family residential with up to 4 dwelling units per acre. This site is a half an acre, so that would mean basically two dwelling units for the half acre. R2 zoning, which the Planning Commission ultimately recommended. R2 zoning is multifamily residential, medium high density. That allows 8 dwelling units per acre. Since this is a half acre, it would be 4 units in this situation, would be the maximum allowed. And then there's R3 zoning, which was the original application. That's multifamily residential high density. That allows up to 15 dwelling units per acre. But again, because this is a half an acre, it would be about 8 units on this site. Now, we did receive a public comment that I think had a good point that I will point out, which is there was a public comment that said, you know, these numbers don't include things like ADUs, which could also potentially be added on top. And that is a fair statement. The city would still be able to review any ADU and it would have to meet the standards, but that is potentially, it could increase the density further. And so one of the things we look at when we look at zoning is we look at what the neighboring properties are to find compatibility. And so you'll see from this, this zoning map that there's the site, 309 North Blanche. There's a PL zone property, a couple of PL zone properties fairly close. This kind of the circle around the property is VMU. And then this darker pink, which is, it's close, but it's a block removed, is R2. And so I think when the Planning Commission reviewed it, looking at this, that's where they saw some compatibility with the R2 zoning. Now, I believe the applicant has pointed out that these brown parcels here are R3, and those are fairly close as well. And so that was part of the argument of why the city should consider R3 zoning for this property. But the Planning Commission felt that the R2 zoning was more appropriate in this case. And so with that, our staff recommendation is to open the public hearing, adopt the CEQA exemption determination, and approve the resolution for the general plan amendment, and adopt an ordinance changing the zoning designation from PL to R2. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Susan, then Bill.
James, I watched the planning commission meeting, and two of the planning commissioners were in favor of the village of applying the village mixed use zone to the property. Can you, and in part because that requires a design review and because of the neighboring VMU around it, excuse me, but can you clarify how many units, if it's VMU, how many houses and accessory ADUs?
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember, and I'll actually, I see Lucas is on the video here, so I'll see if he remembers. I don't remember if, I believe that the ADU, I believe ADUs are applicable in VMU, but I'll ask Lucas to confirm that.
Confirmed.
Okay, and so density with VMU, would it be 4 units?
Yep, be 4 units because this is half an acre.
Okay, yeah, so that if it were VMU, it'd be 4 units, which is about the same as the R2 zoning in this case, except R2 zoning, as I said, with the public comment earlier, that pointed out that, potentially they could apply for an ADU as well. That's a fair point, so.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, the only difference then is that with VMU, they're allowed to have compatible home business. That would be the only difference, really?
It's the primary difference. I don't know that it's fair to say only difference, but I'd say the primary difference is, yes, it would be able to have that mix of commercial and residential space.
Okay, thank you.
Bill and then Randy.
Just to be, so I'm absolutely clear on the thread of inquiry that Councilperson Francina started, my reading of the staff report in the code is that the core density for residential of VMU and R2 are identical at 8 dwelling units per acre, except that there is a mention of a density bonus associated with a VMU that's not clear it's associated with R2. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'll, I don't know if Lucas had a chance to look at the density bonus question, but I'll let Lucas speak to that.
The density bonus I had to look at closer. The per unit square footage for each unit, for instance, for the R2 is 5,000 square feet. For the VMU, in terms of density, it's 5445.
Okay.
So it's just slightly larger, but it's almost apples to apples.
But the density count per acre for R2 is the same as VMU. The basic density.
The basic is 5,000 square. It's 5,000 square feet per unit for the R2.
Okay.
It's 5445 for the VMU.
So that works out roughly at the 8 per acre then, or 4
Yep.
per half acre. Okay, thank you.
Randy.
It never fails when someone asks a question that you're listening and then you want to have more questions regarding that same topic. clarify the 5,000 square feet. If I'm talking a half-acre site and I'm allocated 4 units and I can build up to a 5,000 square foot residence, I think I've exceeded the allocated half-acre site. So I'm a little lost. So it's 5,000 square feet on the house, not 5,000 square feet on the square footage of each lot, correct?
Correct. It's actually, I mean, it's 5,000 square feet per dwelling unit. You still have, yeah, you still have site coverage.
Right.
Which
And
is
the next question is, are ADUs allowed and mini ADUs allowed with each of those 4 developments?
ADUs would be expressly allowed within multifamily, and they have a specific category that addresses that.
And in the VMU.
And within the VMU, because it's considered, yes, would be considered multifamily.
Okay, then I have a couple other questions for Lucas, Mayor. An R3 zone designation is 15 units per acre, and planning sent it back to an R2, which allocates what, 7.2 or 8? What are we looking at here?
It would be 8. You would round it up to 8.
You'd round it up, not round down. Okay. Then as another part of that same area says the applicant agreed at the public hearing to the less intense zone and land use designations recommended by the commission to be forwarded to the city council for final determination. Was the applicant aware of the time of the appeal process?
It wasn't discussed at that meeting.
Because what happens here when I read into this, it sounds like they agreed and then went home and changed their mind and decided to appeal. At any point in the conversation with them regarding this property, have you made clear the appeal process?
I've not had the discussion with them regarding the appeals process.
Okay.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to know that. Then on zone changes, the request for a zone change to R2 is to allow a single family residential use while also maintaining compatibility with the complementing the residentially and commercially higher intense surrounding by the VMU uses. My question, does the R3 provide the same effects as the R2 based on that sentence?
It would, just at a higher density. The compatibility is really embedded within the immediately surrounding zones, and more specifically the comparison where you're talking about distance between R2 and R3.
And I think Councilmember Haney might have dropped off. I think he.
Yeah, did he just?
Yeah, but I'll add, while we give him a minute to come back, I think the VMU and the R2 are the closest, kind of most, closest, very similar, even though they're like Councilmember Francina said, there's that difference between being able to have the commercial use there, but the density is similar. R3 zoning is a step up in density. So that's why R2 is, our position was R2 is more compatible with the VMU. So, and Councilmember Haney, I stalled there for a minute while you popped back up.
Oh, that's fine. I just, Mayor, if I could continue my questions. Yeah. So I was just trying to, I was at the planning hearing, and it was real clear that there were 2 planners that had no, they kind of agreed that the R3 was fine. And then we had 2 planners that felt the VMU was maybe a better way to go. And I think the compromise was R2. That was my takeaway. So my questions are alluding to, there's really not much difference between the R2 and the R3 other than density, either today or tomorrow. Am I correct on that, Lucas and James?
Yeah, it's density is the difference. It's twice the density essentially.
And then I know Mayor is asking us to stick to questions. The general plan land use element states that the primary purpose of areas designated as MHR is to provide an area of transition from single family densities to those found in village mixed use designation. This designation includes single-family residential and individual lots up to 8 dwelling units on a parcel. So again, under R2 and R3, are both of these compatible to that statement?
I would say so. Even though the surrounding is VMU, if you look at the uses surrounding it, it's single family.
Well, and then the last question I have is to get some more clarity on this. As you look at our packet and you look at our zoning classifications, you can't really tell how many R2s, R3s, VM. You know, it's too small a map to really get a clear, concise picture of it. The applicant did send us one that I thought shares a better picture of what is adjacent to them. So, Lucas, directly across east of them, how many units sit there?
Yeah, there's about 9. I want to say there's 9 units there.
And then as I go across that group of units and I go north, isn't there another complex there?
Yeah, that complex is about 7 units in size.
And then as I head to west, isn't there another group up there?
Yeah, that one's slightly larger. Or no.
A little smaller. The largest,
I think that one's 5, either 4
and then
or
the
5
largest
units.
one is the 22 unit that sits probably
Further.
2
Yeah,
blocks away, the old manor. Am I correct?
Correct.
So R3 is in this zone. R3 has been in this zone and it has been allowed in this zone, correct?
Well, I would say instead, not necessarily R3, because all those zones, the current zoning for those are VMU or R2, all of which are considered non-conforming as to the current standards. Built all those examples that Councilmember Haney had just mentioned are all built in the 60s and early 70s.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Oh, you have another question, Susan?
Yeah. Can you clarify whatever zoning we, the council majority agrees on, and then at what point, I mean, no matter what we do, there will be, am I correct that there will still be standards that need to be applied and the affordability factor? Can all of that come later? Or is if we say we do R3, is there any difference in your choice as to what standards are applied?
Yeah, technically, yes. You know that they'll still have to go through the process and still have to take a design through the planning commission and all that. But I do want to note, because I've seen this happen before, one of the challenges is once you change the zoning, you know, let's say that the property owner sells the property and somebody else buys it 2 months from now. That person's going to come in and say, I bought R3 zoned property and I'm entitled to do, you know, these things. So it does make it more difficult to include certain requirements like affordability requirements in the future, I would say. So typically I would say best practice is, unless you have an application before you that shows the need for it, is not to approve the upzoning until that time. But it's ultimately council's choice. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Any public comments, Gail?
Anyone in the Zoom meeting who would like to speak, please use the raised hand function now. And we have, whoops, they disappeared.
I do see the property owners on as well. So if there's any if council has any questions for them, they aren't raising their hands, so I don't know that they want to speak, but that would be another option. So.
Okay, well, no public comments. We'll go ahead.
Oh, we do. We have one.
Oh, okay.
She's disappeared again. So we have one comment. She keeps disappearing, but now she's here. So I'm going to bring her in. Sherry Ann Kate, if you're muted, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. We live at the property immediately adjacent to the subject property. I would like to point out that there is one big difference with VMU and R2, a couple of them. One of them is setbacks, and also the other is the height allowed. The VMU would allow a 35-foot height of the building. This is what I'm understanding secondhand. As I noted in my letter to all of you, there is a lot of confusion. Most of us don't understand the ramifications of this. The other difference is that R2 is allowed only a 25-foot height, you know, and then there's the restrictions on how much of the piece of property you can cover. But then the number of units is more. And so, you know, there's a concern that in order to get the number of units on the property with an R2, they're going to have to build a second story. So, you know, going ahead and giving them an R2 designation, I understand that the owner wants to live there, and that's fine. But as I think it was the city manager, or maybe it was Lucas mentioned, once you have a designation and you sell the property, well, the next home buyer comes in there and says, well, it's already zoned R2 or whatever, and they think they're entitled to that. So I totally agree that we should be waiting to see what the intention is of the homeowner and the builder in terms of their plans before any zoning is changed. It seems like, you know, we're putting the cart before the horse. So
Well, we'll wait till she's.
let's see. And also there are not 7 units north of the subject property. I'm not aware of any. All the properties surrounding this piece are single family, you know, residences. There are, across one place, there's 4 units that are apartments, and all the rest are single family, and with, you know, only people living in there. They're all, you know, 1 story. So this would be a big change for us, and I think it requires more information and more time before you make a decision on this. I would appreciate it if you would carry it forward to another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry Ann. Any other comments?
Mayor?
Yes, we have Gil Weber. I'll go ahead and allow him to speak. Mr. Weber, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
Okay, and could also everybody else mute?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. When we moved or purchased property here in Ojai 10 years ago, I was 58. These 10 years have shown me that the simple act of climbing stairs has become more challenging. So that was really the attraction of 309 Blanche, single story house. And that is our plan. That's all we're planning to do. I think that was pretty clear in the Planning Commission meeting, and that addresses your prior caller. We agree with Mr. Seibert's initial characterization that it seemed appropriate to get an R3 zoning given the size of the parcel. We understand that there are surrounding BMU, but as pointed out earlier by Mr. Vega, there are 9 units directly across the street to Blanche. The previous caller said there weren't 7 units north of this property. She's correct. The 7 units is directly across from the 9 units, which occupy the corner across from this property. And it's our understanding that we have the ability, which is what we're doing tonight, to ask the council to consider R3. But if the council is not so inclined, we are grateful for the ability to achieve an R2 zoning. My mom used to say there's no harm in asking, and that was the impression I had in speaking with Mr. Seibert. In fact, he encouraged us to reach out to the council members, which we did initially on January 31st, and seemed like that really didn't find its way to everyone. So then we wrote up this little letter with the map. So the map does clearly show a fair amount of high density near this property. Our plan is merely to remodel the inside of the church, not change its perimeter at all. We would replace the opaque windows with translucent windows, and that's about it. So our understanding is that at some future time, probably not in our lifetimes, someone might come back to the council and say, this is our proposal for more units. But that's not what we're proposing tonight. We want to be able to get started with our residential remodel, and we appreciate the opportunity to do that. And again, we are grateful that the Planning Commission saw fit to find R2, but we felt like, well, let's make one final appeal at R3. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Any more public comments, Gail?
No more public comments.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and we'll move on to discussion. Bill?
Yeah, I have two questions. And Lucas, if you could be ready to bring up the zoning map, I'd appreciate it blown up on that area. My first question while preparing to do that is, what were the specific noticings of surrounding properties that were done? You know, when did they go out and what did they say?
And I'll answer that quickly. Lucas provided that to me earlier. So it was, we noticed this council meeting with a display ad in the newspaper, the February 11th edition, and with the mailed notice to the neighbors within a 300-foot radius on the same day, Friday, February 11th. And that notice specifically talks about it proposes a change to R2 zoning designation. It does not mention any potential of an R3 zoning designation.
So the noticing to the surrounding properties was limited to the R2 recommendation.
Correct.
Okay. And then my second point I wanted to make is that, yes, there's non-conforming use in this area, but absent, other than the PL catty corner, everything surrounding this is VMU, which has the same core density as R2. And you know, that's pretty persuasive to me in terms of consistency. I don't think we should be creating a higher density island, particularly since the surrounding property owners weren't notified of that possibility, without having further, you know, without continuing if that's where the majority is. But I'm comfortable with the R2 since the property owner seems to be, that's within their plans. And, you know, we all know from zoning, it's basically forever until it's changed by council. And therefore, I think it's advisable to try to stay with the consistency on the density from the surrounding property. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Bill. Do you mind taking the map down, James, so I can see everything? Thank you.
Yes, sorry about that.
Randy. Do you unmute, Randy? You're muted.
I said, I keep putting my hand up and my hand keeps disappearing. So I don't know if it's giving you the thumbs up or the in between or.
You're on.
So Mayor, thank you. Can we have someone clarify the question regarding the building heights on VMU and R2? Were they right on a 35-foot level versus what's in our packet at 25, less than 25? Is VMU have a higher build height than an R2?
Yes, I just took a look at the code and the VMU does have a height limitation of 35 feet. The R2 has a height limitation of 25 feet, but allows through the DRP process a height of up to 30 feet.
Right. And then how about the lot coverage?
Lot coverage for R2 is set at 35%, and I believe it's 50% for the VMU.
So the VMU would actually allow for more density.
Same number of units, but
Density is density, whether it's
Right.
horizontal or vertical.
more lot coverage, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm kind of in agreement with Councilman Wyrick about what is presented as an R2 and being consistent, you know, to help the community understand this better. It all still, no matter what happens here, still has to come back to planning for plan review. So there'll be plenty of opportunity for the community to weigh in. And so I'm willing to make a motion unless we have more discussion.
Well, I actually want to say something. Though it is highly localized, this upzoning decision must be made in the context of recent changes in regional land use laws and worsening water supply insecurity. There's a huge legislative disconnect at the state level. Our state legislator continues to accelerate mandated economic expansion. All of this expansion requires water. Every city and county in the state has been mandated to accommodate growth. Almost none of this mandated growth provides homes for those of modest means. Instead, there are more places to live for the advantaged. These market and moderate rate housing mandates do nothing to put roofs over the heads of the unhoused and ignore the laws of nature. I believe in science. Paying attention to science helps us avoid making irreversible errors. Sadly, the state's present approach to land use recklessly disregards the laws of geophysics. For decades, scientists have warned us that if we continue to release carbon into the atmosphere, we do so at the risk of catastrophic consequences. We are now experiencing some of these consequences on a global scale. For example, in the Western US, we're not just experiencing drought, we're also experiencing aridification. Unlike drought that leaves hope for wetter times, aridification is permanent. What scientists are telling us is apparently true, as evidenced by the dangerously low water levels in reservoirs throughout our region. Lake Mead, the largest water reservoir in the nation, is at its lowest level since the Hoover Dam was built in the 1930s. Here in the Ojai Valley, a Casitas Water District study projects that if very low precipitation trends continue, in a few years, we will reach stage 5 drought. Among other restrictions, stage 5 means that we can no longer use water to irrigate outdoor landscapes. Geophysics are the laws of nature. Mother Nature is signaling to us that we must change our behavior. We must stop burning carbon and live within our water means. In the Western US, we have decades of work to do to find our way to water supply sanity. Unlike nearly all other cities in Southern California that rely on water from elsewhere to meet their needs, Ojai relies solely on natural water supplies that come from the mountains around us. Our mountains receive water from rain clouds when they are kind enough to pass over us. This water that we rely on is a gift from nature that we must not take for granted. We cannot continue to grow beyond what our watershed can support. Ojai is not exempt from aridification. It is time for us to pause and focus our efforts on increasing our water reserves rather than foolishly committing more water to expansion that does not prioritize making homes for those most in need. I met with applicants Claudia and Gil. They are lovely people, and I understand their desire to increase the value of their property by upzoning it to a more intense use. Though I would really like to help, considering the unprecedented water insecurity both the Ojai Valley and the entire Western region are experiencing, at this time, I cannot in good conscience vote for upzoning in any way on this property. I encourage my colleagues on the council to pause on approving any more economic expansion and instead focus our efforts on ecologically sound methods of increasing water levels in Lake Casitas and underground aquifers in our valley. Thank you.
So,
Randy.
so Mayor, that was nicely read. I think all of us agree with you. I don't know the relative, how it's relative to what we're talking about tonight, but so I'm not gonna go there with you, but they're trying to take this church and turn it into a single family dwelling. And I'm hoping that they remove the majority of the asphalt on that site and actually allow for some true water gathering, percolation, and developing of some sound water saving practices on their site. So I can agree with you, and I'm hoping that the applicant does that. One way or the other, they're going to put a home on that site, and that's their right. So like I said, I'm ready to make a motion unless we have more discussion.
I would like to say that, just a minute, Susan, in response to that, Randy, I think this is 100% relevant, and we all need to face the music right now. We are running out of water. We need to do everything we can to conserve and stop growing at this point.
Right.
We need to.
I hear you.
Please don't interrupt me. And so we just need to finish. We need to look at it from the big picture and stop the madness, because we are completely water insecure. And when you're in a hole, stop digging. Souza?
So you're recommending R1. Is that what you're recommending?
I'm recommending that we keep it the same. Yeah, and you know, it will be a wonderful house.
But they can, but that's called R1, right?
It's PL.
Current zoning would be PL, so.
You can't use PL for a single family residence.
If it were PL, the current zoning is PL, which does not allow for single family residence. There would be an option to consider R1 for a lower density single family. So
that's what I'm recommending. Thank you. Randy?
So again, Mayor, I don't want to get into an argument with you. I disagree with you in the moment. And I believe that anything that this applicant does now is going to help that site become more environmentally sensitive than if we leave it alone with all of that asphalt. And so I'm thinking there's some good things that could happen. And I'm also thinking down the road that there could be low-income housing built. There's a multitude of things that they can do to that site. I'm not going to live in the fear of what they're going to do, because anything they have to do, they have to bring back to us. So again, I'm ready to make a motion.
Susan, can I respond to one thing? I did talk to Gil and Claudia, and their plan is to landscape that area behind their house.
Which improves percolation.
Please bring it back to the chair. Okay, Susan, you had your hand raised?
Let me gather my thoughts. So if we did zone, whether we zone R1 or R2, it goes to the planning commission and they can impose, correct me if I'm wrong, water saving practices, correct? Or do we as a council have to put something on the agenda regarding the requirement for gray water and, you know, green practices?
Yeah, I was just trying to think of that right now. I see Ephraim has his hand up, so I'll also let him speak in a moment. There are certain things that I believe would be applicable when they bring their design to the planning commission, such as I believe, I'm trying to remember the exemptions on the REACH code. I don't think any would apply to this. So for example, the REACH codes, I believe, would be applicable. And then the planning commission could always set standards. Now, to answer your exact question, I don't think that we have, we had talked about the water-wise standards, and I don't believe off the top of my head that we ended up, I think the planning commission was still reviewing that, and it hasn't been adopted at this point. But they could still identify, green improvements and things like that. So, from your hand went down, do you?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to jump in here to mention that if the property is rezoned to R1, then SB9, one of the new state law bills, would apply to the site, which would essentially allow for 4 units on the site. as well, which would be pretty similar to the R2, although there would be some differences, including how the design process is done.
Thank you. Randy?
So getting back to the landscape, Susan, we have a landscape ordinance already on the books.
Yeah, that would be applicable. You're right. Yes.
Right. So that is applicable because of the size of that property. They're going to have to present a landscape design. They're going to have to, in that design, they're going to have to designate all their plant use, their plant types, their water usage, their water apparatus. It's a complete review. And I believe that these clients are going to be, or these applicants are going to be the type of people that are going to take constructive dialogue on how to do stormwater catchment and how to do gray water usage. And I mean, they're good people and they're good members of the community. So that doesn't concern me. I think that they're going to, one, they have to follow the guidelines, but two, I think they're going to be amenable to different ideas. So again, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, Susie, you want to say something? Susie, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry, I am relieved that local residents purchase the property rather than investors, which is happening all over Ojai. And I think I share your concerns about the water, but I think the way to approach this is that we need to adopt the water-wise standards for homes and put that on the agenda, rather than, you know, one applicant at a time denying what I think is a reasonable zoning request. So, okay, I'm done.
Randy?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the CEQA environmental determinations of exemption. We approve a resolution of the City Council of the City of Ojai, amending the Ojai General Plan land use map to change the general plan land use classification from public/quasi-public to medium density residential, and adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Ojai, changing the zone designation of the subject site from public quasi/public PL to a multiple family residential medium high density R2.
Bill?
I raised my hand to second the motion.
Okay, great. All right, roll call, please, Gail.
There we go. Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
He's not.
Oh, sorry, recused. Mayor Sticks?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, could we please bring Ryan back?
Yeah, and while we're bringing Ryan back, Mayor, if I can clarify, I couldn't remember all the reach code exemptions off the top of my head. There is currently an exemption for remodels. However, I know we had planned a kind of a 6-month review that's going to be coming up soon. So that'll be up to the council whether or not to maintain that exemption or not. So.
Okay, wonderful. All right, let's move on to discussion. Item number 3, the City of Ojai and Ventura County Sheriff Agreement Update. We will receive a report and provide direction regarding potential next steps to update the agreement. To review, for the last 2 years, Ojai has been in disagreement with the sheriff about the city's proportional share of our service levels, and thus the amount that we pay for these services. So I just want to thank staff and James in particular. Thank you, Ryan and Bill, for working on this, and thank you to the sheriff for being part of this. Is the sheriff here, James?
I do not see him at this time.
Okay.
He had indicated he would try to attend, but I don't see him in the room. We'll keep an eye out.
Okay, thanks. All right, we'll go ahead and move to the staff.
Okay. And I wanted to run through a little bit of the background because this has been a long, ongoing discussion. And so just to kind of catch everybody up who may not be familiar, the city of Ojai has requested an update pretty consistently over the last 3 years, and then even prior to that. And so we'll go over a little bit of that. But the reason being, the city's contract for police services is the largest contract and the largest expense for the city of Ojai. It accounts for typically 30 to 40% of the city's entire budget, probably a higher percentage during the years where there's COVID impacts or recession, those types of years. So it clearly is a priority for the city. The current contract is over 40 years old. It's from dates from 1977 with an amendment in 1979. Just as we would for any contract that old, the city has other contracts like building department contractors and things like that. We update all of those regularly. It's just good practice and good governance. So the city on July 9th, 2020, formally requested an update to the 40-year-old agreement and requested a review of policies and costs as part of that update. What we're calling a meaningful update, which is more than just putting a new date on the same agreement that was developed 40 years ago. And the agreement, we've mentioned this before, but the agreement talks about things like who owns the typewriters at the police station, which if you have a contract that's talking about who owns the typewriters, it's probably an old contract and needs to be updated. And it just isn't relevant anymore. And so the city is one of 5 contract cities with Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Moore Park, Fillmore, and Ojai. We are the smallest, and we have the smallest contract. But for us, again, this is a priority as it's our largest contract. And so going back to April 10th of 2018, the city had submitted a request to update the contract. We had been asked at that time to wait because a contract was being drafted and was going through the county council. And so we did wait. The city was trying to work through that process. And so we waited, and in July 9th of 2020, the city finally, we asked for a formal update and expressed some concern over the 2 years that contract had been in process. Now, obviously, fast forward to February of 2022, the contract is still with county council and is still going through that process, and still doesn't have a specific time frame or an estimated date of an update. And so obviously that is a challenge for us. Additionally, going back even a little further, back in 2012, the Ventura County auditor actually identified several issues in the contract that needed to be corrected. The sheriff, who I believe was Sheriff Dean at that time, replied to the auditor and said that they would update the contracts by 2015. Again, I think the overview kind of lays this out, but it wasn't updated in 2015 and hasn't been updated in the 7 years since. So for the city, we've been doing what we can to try to work towards an update and to try to focus on community engagement and just transparency and communication. We recently held our first ever community conversation to start that. But we're still working on this contract update and still trying to get the county and the sheriff's department to make progress on this. It is a matter of good governance, but it's also a matter of just complying with state law, which should be a priority for the city, the county, and the sheriff, especially. But the government code requires an updated contract, approximately every 5 years. So during this process, the city identified key issues for the contract update. One, as discussed above, is a meaningful contract update that acknowledges Ojai's priorities. 2, we wanted to make sure that we took a look at whether the costs are fair and appropriate, because the costs were pretty much from what we found, we're just kind of a handshake deal 40 years ago. And obviously, you know, circumstances have changed even in, you know, even in Ojai, where maybe not as much changes as other cities, but it's still different from what it was 40 years ago. And then last, we also looked for opportunities for collaboration on priorities, community engagement, and community-based policing improvements. We've continued to meet with the Sheriff's Department since July of 2020. The attachment G in the packet has a timeline, which people can review, can read. It's a couple pages long, detailing each of the meetings and each of the requests that we've submitted to try to get this update moving. To get it moving even more, on April 27th, we actually drafted a contract and we provided it to the Sheriff's Department for them to consider. And we held a public hearing on that draft contract. The Sheriff's Department had replied at that time in that City Council meeting that their updated contract was days away, which was a direct quote, and that if it was not ready soon, the sheriffs would review the city's draft contract. We followed up on that request now that it's been 10 months, and we could not get a commitment on the date or on when the sheriff will review the city's draft contract. Earlier today, I did get a response from the Sheriff's Department that they are still working on the contract, and it's still with County Council and still is not able to be shared. So obviously frustrating for us. You know, we're essentially where we were, you know, when the process started as far as getting a commitment on the update to that contract from the sheriff. So we've done what we can in the meantime. And so the point of the item tonight is the city did develop an assessment of the contract to help us be prepared for when we are able to get an update for what the key issues are that we can look at correcting or improving, or like we said, looking for win-win opportunities with the city and the Sheriff's Department. And so we've prepared that assessment, and the assessment is included in the packet. The assessment was, we were very fortunate that we had the assessment drafted through Calcico, whose principal consultant is Scott Whitney, the recently retired police chief from the city of Oxnard, who, as I mentioned in the staff report, is uniquely qualified with both policing experience in Ventura County as a chief of police and the largest police department in the county, and also with city management experience. Mr. Whitney served as the interim city manager and assistant city manager in Oxnard multiple times, where he had to also be the person managing limited resources, which is something that is very useful in these kinds of reviews and looking at how we can manage our limited resources. And so we worked with Calcico and Mr. Whitney to prepare a draft or to prepare an assessment. The assessment was intended to be a fair look at the various issues that we've discussed with the sheriff over the years. And, you know, some of them we found that there were good reasons or good explanations. One example was that we had asked questions about the billing of the detective. Mr. Whitney looked into that issue further and actually identified some of the rationale for why the detectives were billed a certain way. And so that is an example where that's no longer an issue that, you know, that there's that's unclear. It's an issue that we've identified and that we understand the sheriff's position on that issue. But the assessment did identify several issues where there could be improvements, or where there could be win-win opportunities where both the city and the sheriff could partner and make things work better or smoother. So, the next couple of slides will be focused on that assessment and some things that we will look at and try to work with the Sheriff's Department at implementing and getting included into a contract update. The city of Ojai is in a unique situation in the county. We're the smallest city in the county, the smallest contract city, and standard Ventura County policies have been created with a focus on larger cities. In a nutshell, the county has set a minimum service level that is lower than the service level that would otherwise be required, except for a city our size, a city as small as Ojai, except they've set a kind of a artificial minimum. And so that's an example where the policies aren't created with the focus on the smaller cities. So the smaller cities aren't getting the benefit that the larger cities are getting from some of these policies. So one of the things the assessment looks at to try to rectify that, or at least provide some ideas, is the assessment looked at other smaller cities in the neighboring counties, such as Los Angeles County and Santa Barbara County, and provides recommendations for how we could improve our situation based on how some of those other neighboring agencies have improved or have implemented unique policies for smaller cities. And so I'm going to go through the assessment. I do want to note that I think I've stressed this to the Sheriff's Department, and I will continue to do so, that I think that this situation gives us an opportunity to work together on a meaningful update to address these issues for the whole community, both for the city of Ojai and the Ojai Valley and to the larger Ventura County. So again, we are hoping that this information will help the Sheriff's Department make some decisions in the update that would be beneficial for all. So a couple of quick findings I wanted to go through. Some of them are not surprising, but and maybe a couple are, but it's good also, or it's always good to have examples for why we've made certain arguments. And I think one example is the age of the contract. When this whole conversation started, we had some arguments that the contract needed to be updated, but the assessment was able to look at other cities and government code to make the statement that this really is not even a should be updated. It needs to be updated, is just part of good governance. The government code requires that it be updated every 5 years. And then furthermore, we looked and saw that LA County and Santa Barbara County have consistently been updating their contracts for 5-year periods. Both LA County and Santa Barbara County recently did updates in 2019 that go to I think it's 2013 or 2023 for Santa Barbara and 2024 for LA County. So Santa Barbara is even doing it more frequently. So it's not something that's impossible or something that other agencies don't do either. It's something that is done. The assessment also discusses the minimum level of service and notes that technically, per the original contract, the original minimum level of service is actually much lower than the current minimum level of service. And so that needs to be updated for both the city, but also for the county. If they're going to continue billing us at the higher level, the updated contract really should reflect that. Otherwise, the city is in a position where we're being asked to pay more than our contract states. So additionally, the Sheriff's Department has indicated that the city's per capita costs are high simply because the city is small. So the idea being, because we only have 7,000 people, everybody's got to pay more for the police services because we don't have the ability to spread that out. The assessment looked at other small cities, including cities smaller than Ojai, and found that almost all of them actually do have a lower per capita cost than Ojai. So it's definitely more complicated than just saying Ojai is small, so you should expect to pay the most. and there's ways that other, both Santa Barbara County and LA County have shown ways to reduce that per capita cost for smaller cities in the interest of fairness. So that information is also in the assessment. The Sheriff's Department also had previously indicated that Ojai pays more than the Valley because Ojai residents call more. And that, that's in quotations, as that was stated at several meetings. However, the assessment reviewed call data and confirmed that the city accounts for less than the majority of the calls, 40% of calls, and only 32% of priority 1 calls, which are those calls that require the most resources. In other words, the idea that Ojai residents call more than the Valley is not accurate and should not be the basis for increased costs under the current contract. The data shows that the stale contract no longer reflects reality. And I note here, especially as the county cost methodologies got more sophisticated and started passing on all costs. So in other words, 40 years ago, there was basically a handshake deal that the city and county would split the costs 50-50. But over the years, the county cost methodologies got so much more sophisticated that all of these costs that were originally not included in that 50-50 have been passed on. So not only has the city gotten to a point where we're 25% of the valley-wide population, but and so the 50-50 doesn't really make sense, but we're also getting billed for bigger chunks of items, or I'm sorry, for more items, we're being billed 50-50. And one example of that, which came out during this assessment that both the city and the Sheriff's Department were not aware of during discussions, is, and in fact, this was actually publicly stated at a prior city council meeting by the Sheriff's Department officials, is that when Chief Freihoff had gotten promoted to Commander Freihoff, and we were told that the city had inquired about potentially keeping Commander Freihoff in Ojai at that time, and we were told that the city does not pay for a commander, so we would not be able to keep the commander. But as we dug through all of the data and performed the assessment, we actually did find that the city does pay pass-through costs for a commander, and that it's built into every position we pay for. So if we pay for, let's say, our captain, that still, the overhead costs still include a percentage of the commander in that position and each position that we pay for. And so the statement for years that we were not paying for some of these positions were not actually accurate. And again, I think the contract, when it was signed, that those things were true, but over the years, more and more costs have been passed on. So, and we note here, that's true of several of the kind of the upper management costs that are passed on to the city again, pursuant to the government code, there's another section of the government code that states that certain costs that are shared county-wide should not be passed on to contract cities, because if you think about it, cities that aren't even paying for contracts that have their own police departments still benefit from some of these positions or services, like the purchase of a helicopter, for example. So those costs are not supposed to be passed on to the city. But for years, it's been identified that those were savings that the city was getting under this contract, but we really aren't. So I just have a couple more slides. But one of the other things that we talked about the calls and the and all of the arguments about the city calling more than the unincorporated valley. One of the key items in the assessment is that it's is that comparison of the city to the valley. Under the various rules in the government code, the city should be paying essentially the same cost for the same service level as the unincorporated area. with the option, the city should have the option to pay for additional services, but that should be kind of the floor, the starting point. But as we perform this assessment, we found pretty clearly, and I think this beat map shows, that the city is paying for a higher level of service than that provided for the unincorporated area. The unincorporated area accounts for 68% of priority 1 calls and 60% of all calls. The unincorporated area's crime levels are higher. And as the beat map shows, 1A01 and 1B01 are the 2 city beats, which you'll immediately notice are the smallest beats on the map by far. 3A01, 3A02, and 3A03 are the 3 county beats. So at any one time right now, the sheriff's current policy is to have 2 officers, or 2 beats in the city, and then 3 beats for the whole rest of the county. And I think when you look at the response times and the crime levels in the assessment, it seems fairly clear that the crime levels and the response time in the unincorporated area, the crime levels are higher, the response time is longer. And it doesn't seem that that policy, which I think is enacted to keep the costs, to keep costs being paid for by the city rather than splitting them amongst the whole valley, that doesn't create a situation where we're utilizing our resources to the most that we could. I would think if you had 5 officers in this area and you divided them more evenly, or 5 deputies, I think if it wasn't for Ojai paying for the cost of two beats, I don't think that this is how the map would be divided. If it was just focused on public safety rather than costs. And so I have here, this is a staff note. This isn't our consultants' words. These are my words, but I believe, and I've talked to the sheriff's department about this, that the city is safer when the whole valley is safer. And if we were utilizing our resources to the maximum effect across the valley rather than concentrating officers in the city so that they can be billed to the city, I think that that would lead to better results valley-wide and ultimately for the city as well. And so that's another finding from the assessment. In conclusion, we're providing the assessment, we're making that assessment public. And so that will be used as we work towards an update on the contract. But in conclusion, for tonight's purposes, just an update on the process. The city has proposed including an addendum in the update, which will address Ojai specific issues and identify community-based policing opportunities. Sheriff Ayub did indicate that he would consider a city-specific addendum in recent conversations. So that's something that we are planning to pursue. That will be a key item because that addendum is, the idea was something we based on something we found from Santa Barbara, where in Santa Barbara, they understand that they need to have a kind of a standard agreement, but they also allow the cities to identify in an addendum their priorities and any city specific issues. So that's something that we want to include in our update as well, using that Santa Barbara County model. Again, no surprise, I think, after the presentation, but one of our conclusions is that the agreement is outdated and is due for an update for the variety of reasons discussed. And that's something that the assessment showed as well. The assessment also looked at the lease agreement, which is also outdated. I think it's 30 plus years old. It's also outdated and due for an update. The situation there with the police station is also unique in Ojai, as Ojai is likely the only contract city in which there's a police station in the city that actually still serves a majority of the community outside of the city. And so we've talked to the sheriff about having a unique lease agreement rather than a standard agreement because of that unique situation. We have not gotten any commitment on that yet, but that's something that that still needs to be updated. And then, like I mentioned earlier, the goal of the assessment is to help us correct some of these issues or improve some things, but it's already paid off on some levels where we've spotted some things, like we had spotted an outdated process for billing special events that likely was costing the city money in the long run. And so we've implemented changes working with our chief, who was able to work with us quickly on that so that we corrected those issues. And there's been some other minor changes like that have resulted in some savings and some improvements. But obviously a lot of them still need to be included in an updated contract. And so for purposes of tonight, the point of tonight's meeting was to provide the assessment and identify opportunities for improvement. Our recommendation tonight is that the City Council receive that assessment and that the City Council directs staff to share the assessment with the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, the County CEO, the Sheriff, and other key partners with a revised formal request for each group to prioritize the updates in the coming months. And we comment there that although a lot of the issues in Ojai are unique, there are areas of the assessment that can apply to other cities and unincorporated areas and lead to improvements countywide. And this is part of our job in good governance, is reviewing these kinds of contracts and making sure that they're up to date and logical and clear and transparent. But it's also, in this case, part of the Board of Supervisors' jobs and the Sheriff's job as well. So we would want to, make that clear in our request. And then lastly, as identified in the staff report, in March and April of each year, the city does typically submit a service level request or a notice to that the city or has the opportunity to submit a notice that the city is intending to update the lease agreement for the police station. Those are both coming up over the next month or so. So if the City Council is interested in revising either of those or taking either of those through the process, that would be something that we would need to identify soon, or else it rolls over. They each would roll over for another year. So those are the two recommendations at this time for discussion.
Thank you, James. Questions from council? Okay, Bill.
James, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're talking a little over 3 years since we were first promised a contract update from the Sheriff's Department, and a little over 9 years since the sheriff said they were going to update a contract to the auditor, to the grand jury report.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't believe I've something I came across. My second question, Mayor, I'll be done for now. I believe some other contract cities with counties other than Ventura include the counties logging the time that the patrols spend inside the city limits. Is that correct?
Yes. And even actually the audit from 2012 identified some practices related to that.
Yeah, but there's none of that right now in Ventura County, correct?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Randy. Unmute Randy, please.
We can't figure it out. So Mayor, thank you for calling on me. We received, I guess today, report from the sheriff's office. It's sent to Mayor Betsy Sticks, City of Ojai. Did we, I just received that today. James, is that when it came?
Yes, we received an update this morning.
Okay, because this letter, I don't believe has this letter been shared with us before?
Oh, the letter that's in the packet? Yes.
Yeah, specifically the one directed to Mayor Sticks.
Yes, and that letter was dates back to actually, it's like December 30th of 20. I'm trying to remember now if it was 2020 or 21. It was that letter dates back a bit. I think it was December 30th, 2020.
Okay, I just had I wasn't familiar with it, so I was just wondering how it arrived today without us having a little more time to review it. There's I have two questions on it. It says in 2021 we received some type of a refund of $132,000, and then I'm going to assume it's 21-22 because it's a COVID related fund that we're receiving another 150,000. Is that correct?
So yeah, and I can give a little background on that. The $132,000 was savings from PERS investments, and those have to be passed on. That's not you know, that's not being given a bargain. You know, that's the county can only pass on their costs. So if they save money, they can't bill us for the full cost. They have to pass on.
It wasn't expressed that way. It was almost like, you know, hey, here you go.
Yeah, and
thank you for that. And then the current one.
And then the 150,000 in COVID funding, that was, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say that the county received something like $20 million in COVID funding. And then the state gave the county funding and encouraged the state to share some with the cities. And so the city of Ojai got the minimum, the $150,000 in COVID funding, but it's not related to the contract in any way.
Mayor, can I rely on Bill, our mathematician, to give me a percentage of $20 million, 150,000? Zero.
We're still at a question. Any more questions for staff?
Well, then I'll direct that to staff. What's the percentage?
Less than 1%.
Right. How generous.
Okay.
Thank you.
No more questions? Let's move on to public comment. Any public comments on the, oh, Susan, do you have a question?
What happened to the typewriters?
Well, that's what I raised that with the sheriff. I said, I'm worried. I think we're violating the contract because we don't know where all those typewriters are. You know, we need to update it just so that we're all not violating.
You're probably in a museum. Okay, let's move on to public comment, please, Gail. Any public comment on this item?
Anyone in the Zoom meeting who would like to speak, please use the raise hand function now. And we have two people. I'll bring in first Bill Miley. Mr. Miley, if you're there, please unmute yourself and you can go ahead and speak.
Hello there. I'm going to speak tonight about the value of good police services, which has established a very low crime rate for our city. With tourism a key part of this city's life, maintaining two 24/7 deputy patrols is important. My thoughts. The tourist industry in Ojai is an important factor for police services. The level of protective services by the Sheriff's Department is likely a key factor in creating a very positive image for economic benefits from tourism. This factor, substantiated by very low crime occurrences, may be worth paying for two full-time 24/7 deputy services. Maybe $100 per citizen, or $700,000 overall. Wow, that's a lot of money. What does it buy? If other population areas of our valley have higher crime rates, I'm willing to give the Sheriff's Department services we contract for principal credit for ours being lower. Most of us know preventive practices, including early detection, can make big differences in community lives. It would be hard to measure when comparing to other cities, but logic tells me this value exists. I like what we have and support keeping it the same. We are different than companion cities. With the Ojai Valley in a major part of our general fund budget, we need to protect our safe image. See the letter to Mayor from the sheriff below, which was already referenced. It screenshots are best I could do. It talks about the tourism factor as part of the sheriff's concern. Please retain the two 24/7 patrol services plus their support. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill.
Next, we have Tina Broman. Tina, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. Please unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, thank you for listening tonight. So I wanted to address the traffic issue and the lack of coverage that we have from the sheriff's department that really impacts both the city and the unincorporated area equally. It's my understanding that since we've gone to this cafe menu of services with the sheriff's department, that we no longer have traffic services as part of the services that they're providing to us as a community. We have huge problems, continuing to ongoing problems on Creek Road, speeding down Villanova, cutting through the Arbolada. And while part of this is certainly city services that need to be addressed with the sheriff's department and make sure that the county is providing those services through whatever contractual language needs to be had. But when I grew up here as a kid, like many of you super old timers, there was always two cops sitting at Nordhoff. And I'm talking 30, 40 years ago, right? Two cops sitting back to back. And if you were going 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, you would get a ticket. We have people pulling left out of Vaughn's by the restaurant side, going into town. We have people driving willy-nilly all over the place. We've had an additional death on Creek Road. We continue to have small animals hit. And thankfully, the city put in the stop signs that we have in the city section because I think they've made a very positive impact and we haven't had many deer hit in that area. But I would like to see the city of Ojai very pointedly address this lack of services that we have valley-wide going on with the sheriff's department. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Any more public comment, Gail?
No more public comments.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to discussion. Susan.
Could we address the issues that Tina Broman just brought up about traffic enforcement? Because I've heard different things. I'm not clear whether it is a service that are the responsibility of the services that we contract for, or is it the what do you call it, the CHP, or why is there's, you know, I do see the police on Maricopa, but not you know, there's so many things going on with traffic enforcement. I mean, lack of traffic enforcement.
Be on mute, James, please.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll try to answer. It is somewhat complicated, so I don't have the perfect answer, but there's some overlap between CHP and the sheriff's department on traffic enforcement. The other item that there's truth to is that the city right now is purchasing the minimum service level, so we don't have any additional services such as additional traffic enforcement. But I will note that the chief and I, Chief Rivera, has been very responsive when we talked about traffic related issues and has tried to get creative and use kind of existing resources to start focusing on those things. And I think we've seen some of that over the last few months. But it is part of when we talk about city specific or having like city focused priorities. One of the obviously the priorities would come from the city council at that time, but one of the ideas and one of the reasons why I've been suggesting that is because that would give the city the ability to say we do want to focus on traffic enforcement or bicycle safety or foot patrols. We've heard a lot of community feedback on foot patrols through the parks and or the arcade. So having a contract where we have an updated contract that allows the city to give input on priorities would allow the city to do some of those things. Right now, particularly on Creek Road, or outside of the city limits, maybe is a better way to say it, is it's solely the sheriff's discretion at this point. So.
Okay. Well, can I ask a related question about that? So what do you, at this point, council has to wait until we have an updated contract to prioritize traffic enforcement valley-wide, because obviously it's people in the city limit also, traveling outside and it's tourists and it's all connected. But what do we need to do at this point to nail this,
Yeah, at this point, because our contract doesn't give us any ability to do that, we can make a request to the sheriff, but that's really it, which is part of why we feel we need to have these updates, is to have that ability. So.
Okay, so we can direct a request at least. Yeah. Okay.
Bill and then Randy.
Yeah, I think that only points up the need and the imperative to update these contracts, because it's not just the money. It's the things that were just brought up. The existing contract, the 40-year-old contract, specifically excludes the city from having any systematic input into enforcement practices or priorities. We're free to speak to the sheriff, and the contract specifically says the sheriff can listen or not listen. That's what the contract actually says. There is no specific community review structure that is increasingly common in community policing around in the rest of the world. So it's not just the money. It's also all that goes into treating us as a client. And I think that's why I fully agree with disseminating this report to the supervisors, other interested parties. And frankly, I would include council members in other contract cities in that. Personally, in terms of a part of the leadership position that in the leadership actions that I'm very proud of our city have taken on this matter. If you just step away and ask people, should millions of dollars be spent without a periodic contract review, people just kind of shake their heads and go, what? So I think we're on solid ground on those principles, which are important beyond just the money. But this report, I think, also simply reinforces the idea. If you look at, and I think it's a fabulous report, if you look at the interior comparison statistics that continue to show the city of Ojai as an outlier in terms of cost per capita in comparison with relatively similar cities in multiple counties, as well as being assessed inside the city limits, our taxpayers roughly, I think, twice the per capita cost of the unincorporated citizens in the same Ojai Valley. So I really think I really like the idea of disseminating, but I also want to reinforce the idea that it's not just about the money. It's also some of these client relationship issues that should be in an updated contract. So thank you, Mayor.
Randy.
The discrepancies that Councilman Wyrick just pointed out are real clear. This started 5 years ago, and again, I'll thank you, Bill, for initiating the conversation on this. What I find interesting is the attachment A, page 8 to 16, and it just clearly states here, the city pays for a higher level of service than what is provided for the unincorporated area of the Ojai Valley. And then if you look at the next page over and you really look at the colored chart of the unincorporated with the city, you know, I had to put my glasses on twice to see us. So if you really look at the area that's being policed, and you look at the fact that we're paying double the amount of what the unincorporated areas of the county are paying, it's astonishing. So I don't know. It's taken us 5 years to get this clarity. I think the report is outstanding. I'd like to thank Scott for it, James, you for the input, the council for actually recognizing that we needed to do this. And now what we need to do is we need to do a full court press. We need to disseminate to anyone and everyone that's willing to read it, listen to it, and come back to us and talk to us about it, so that they can recognize the failures of the county and being equitable in how they bill for police services. It's just not fair, and it's not right. So I'm all for all the above. And again, I just think that it has to be nonstop. It's an election year. I think the sheriff has to make some decisions. I think the sheriff has to be responsive. And if the sheriff chooses not to be, then I think the citizens of this community need to be looking for a new sheriff. And it's that simple. We may not be a lot of us, but you know what? Every single vote counts. And we need to recognize the fact that that we're just not being saved. We're not being serviced. I wanted to get back to Tina's question. She lives off of Creek Road, so she lives in the unincorporated area. And I think she's an incredibly bright and brilliant woman. She makes great points. I wasn't sure if she was talking about Ojai or if she was talking about Creek Road and Oakview, which are kind of like her neighborhoods, because the MAC would be the place for her to go to actually bring these concerns up, and also contacting Matt Levere. So I think we can do our share, but ultimately, because she lives in the county, that those are other sources that she can go to and hopefully get some answers and get some support.
Mayor, if I could add to that real quick, because it actually came up in our discussions with the sheriff, so it's pretty relevant. Is we had talked to the sheriff and we brought kind of city issues, but we also were trying to bring unincorporated, valley-wide issues. And the sheriff's department on multiple occasions said, we don't get any complaints from the unincorporated area. We only get complaints from the city. And I told them, we get the complaints, that's why. And, but so I'm only mentioning that because it's not just like passing people off to the sheriff, but it's really is true that it's important if you are not happy with the level of traffic enforcement and you don't live in the city, it is important for the sheriff's department to hear that, because they're saying their response to us is that the city's the only one complaining. The unincorporated residents are happy. And I think we hear enough from the unincorporated residents that we know that that's not necessarily true. So.
I'm going to just say that I think that facts clearly speak for themselves. And thank you, James. And thank you so much to Scott Whitney for such a great presentation, because it's so clear. Ojai represents a third of the priority 1 calls for service and 2/5 of the total calls for service. We provide a free station. Unincorporated areas account for 61% of calls for service between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. And the unincorporated areas of Miramonte, Casita Springs, and Oakview have bigger beats, more violent crime, more priority 1 calls for service, slower response times to those priority 1 calls, and more officer-initiated activity. So I love the idea of assigning a city deputy to the Miramonte beat from midnight to 6. And in addition, we currently pay half of the cost of the police chief for 25% of the population. So updating the contract would include a measurement and explanation of the commander's allowable costs to be charged. And yet we need to make this public. We need a public schedule for updating contracts. 40 years is way too long. And we're on the same team, and our team needs collaboration and follow through. So we haven't been getting that from the sheriff, although we were promised when the sheriff came to Ojai. So here we are. Ryan, do you want to say anything before Randy?
I that's all I have to say on this. I'm so disappointed in the sheriff's department. We tried really hard to go in good faith, and we've been treated very poorly. They haven't listened to us. They've given us the runaround, and it's time for us to move forward. I appreciate Chief Whitney's input and the report he wrote. I think we should send it to who we want to, and I have little expectation that we're going to get treated any differently, as we've been treated the same way for multiple years now by our sheriff's department, and it's really disappointing. And I have no faith that they're going to follow through on any of the promises they made, and I doubt we're going to get very far with this. But I think we have to keep trying, and I'm hopeful that maybe if there's some regime change in the sheriff's department, maybe we'll see some different actions on their part. But it's clear that we've laid out our best case for why we think they're treating us unfairly, and they're not even responding with anything in good faith. So it's been beyond disappointing, and I don't think the city of Ojai should be treated as second-class citizens on this issue, and that's how I feel we've been treated.
Randy?
Mayor, I just wanted to touch on something else too. The fact that we know that the sheriff is voted in to office, but the county supervisors control his purse strings. So I'm hoping that we're sending a copy of this report to them, and the fact that maybe they'll look at it and actually help him modify his behavior and look at the importance of serving the communities equally. That's one thing. I wanted to get back to the, in the past when Captain Fryhoff was here, and before him, whenever we had a need in the community, it was most of the police chiefs worked with us. I remember that we'd have additional foot patrol or car patrols going to the parks when I was on the Rec and Parks Commission. And I remember at one time that we actually had bicycles police officers on bikes for the summertime. Right now, as I see the increase in bicycling, especially on the weekends, and every time I see someone going the wrong way on the sidewalk or the wrong way on the street, although I don't know which is the wrong way anymore, because we're going to allow bicycle riding both ways. So good luck teaching people that one. But so right now, all I can do is say, God bless Sousa, every time I see someone breaking the law, running through a stop or doing something. It's just like, so I think we need more bicycle patrol, that's for sure. And we need an emphasis, and I think we can ask for it, for traffic control in the city, especially on weekends.
Sousa?
I want to go back to Mayor Pro Tem Haney's comments about related to Tina Braumond asking for the city, to do what we can for more traffic and enforcement in the unincorporated area. I want to point out that over the years, I even accompanied Tina Braumond and other Creek Road residents to Steve Bennett's office. And we spent many hours, they're well aware of the problem. And we've been to the MAC. So she's done all that. She's been to the MAC, she's been to the supervisor, to the past supervisor's office. So I do want to emphasize that when we do update the contract, that it does include increased traffic enforcement if the rest of my colleagues on the council will support that. And then to your comment, Mayor Pro Tem Haney, it almost sounded like you were blaming me for bicycles not obeying the rule of the road. I've tried to teach by example, and many people have complimented me that I ride my bicycle like a vehicle, which it is. I'm just a fanatic about obeying the rules of the road. And as far as confusion about which direction, there should not be any confusion. If we had bicycle education in the schools, which we desperately need to have, no one would be confused. And if we had the right infrastructure, there are 2 bi-directional bike lanes, and then there are, then there are, other than bi-directional bike lanes, bicycle riders should obey the rules of the road. But the reason they don't is because they don't feel safe. I mean, not all, but many, many times, because we don't have the infrastructure there, you'll find, especially children, riding on the sidewalk. I think that's all I want to say, but please don't blame me for anybody breaking the rules of the road.
Randy.
I didn't blame you. I just said, God bless you. But the interesting thing here is, and I'll bring it up in ATP, those are some concerns. And when we talk about safety, when I see bicyclists running stop signs, they're bringing this on themselves. And council, well, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to point fingers at anyone in this conversation. But I'm just saying that safety is something that we all have to participate in, and riding a bike does not exclude you from being a safe operator.
Let's thank you, and let's focus on the contract right now. Any other comments about the police contract? Do we need a motion here, James, or
yeah?
Bill,
I was going to offer the motion if one is necessary, unless consensus is sufficient with the staff recommendation.
I'd suggest a motion in case the board asks, if it's the city's position or just the city manager.
Well, I will then offer a motion to concur with the staff recommendation for actions with the addition of disseminating to city council people, members of contract cities as well.
I'll second that.
Okay, could we have the roll call, please, Gail?
Mayor Sticks?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney?
Yes, but just one quick thing here, Mayor. I don't, in the recommendations, I'm not reading any clear, concise recommendations. So
it was on the slide, Randy, rather than the.
Okay, I was looking on my packet here. So the and that also includes county supervisors.
Yes.
Okay. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Wyrick?
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz?
Yes.
Councilmember Francina?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, let's take a short break, and then we will move on to item number 4. Thank you. Okay, everybody ready? James? Okay. All right, we are back. Let's move on to item number 4, the Active Transportation Program, or ATP, improvements on Maricopa Highway and Ojai Avenue, excuse me. Tonight, as we all know, we'll receive a report and presentation on the proposed Maricopa Highway improvements. We're at a 35% design, in Ojai Avenue improvements, 95% design, in a proposed parking lot at the Meadows, and provide feedback to staff. So thank you everybody for your patience. And tonight we will continue to receive and give feedback, find general consensus, and move the ball forward. Of course, we know that COVID has made things a little bit more challenging. So thank you, James, for negotiating that. And let's all keep in mind our shared goal to make transportation better in Ojai for everybody, pedestrians, bikes, cars, kids, dogs, everybody. So thank you very much. I'll start with a staff report. And James, how do you want to handle one at a time and then take questions?
Yes, what I'd ask is we're going to kind of break it down to Ojai Avenue with just some minor modifications on the 95% design. Maricopa, which is probably the bulk of the conversation because it's only on the 35% design. And then third will be the proposed parking lot, which we'll discuss. And so if we can kind of go section by section, and then we'll take questions at the end of each section. And so with that, I also have with me Alma Quezada, who is our public works director who's working on this project, and then Vincent from Alta Engineering. Vincent, in the past, both Vincent and Steve, who are the two main designers on this project, have attended and spoken. And so today we have Vincent on the call as well. So we'll each, I'll start with a brief introduction, and then I'll hand off to Alma and Vincent in a moment. But as Mayor Sticks mentioned, there's really 3 main portions of tonight's meeting. Ojai Avenue is at about 95% design. And what we're bringing back today on Ojai Avenue is when we got to 95%, the city council and the design team walked through at a prior council meeting in detail, walked through Ojai Avenue and identified a couple of key areas that we wanted to make modifications. So we're reporting back on those modifications and the status of what's been changed, what had to stay, what Caltrans feedback was provided. And then second is Maricopa Highway, which, just to remind everybody, the original design, which had the essentially the parked cars on the south side, providing the buffer between the travel lane and the bicycle lane. That design was modified with the idea, with the request from council to design up to the point that was needed for Caltrans to review, which was about 35% design, to modify that to a class 1 protected bike lane. And so we'll walk through those changes and the feedback from Caltrans as well. So that'll probably be the bulk of the meeting. And then last, to remove the parking from the south side of Maricopa, we would need to identify some parking solutions. And so we're bringing one of those, which is a proposed parking lot in partnership with the Land Conservancy. And so we'll walk through that as well. And so just as a reminder, as part of the introduction, this project actually dates back to 2015, I believe it was. The first, January 2015 was the first resolution of support for this project. So it's a long time in the making, but we are in the nitty gritty of designing the project and getting it ready to go out to bid. We are at this mark here, the 35% design review. Between April to October, we need to finalize the designs of both Maricopa and Ojai Avenue. And then we would need to be ready to basically award the construction contract by the end of this year. So it is a tight time frame. that plays into some of what we'll discuss today related to I'll get right into it. Is we've been trying to design a very unique project that is not necessarily kind of a standard template. We were trying to design a project that was specific and unique to Ojai. We've run into some issues with that. We've made some progress with that, but we are at a point now where on some of these decisions moving forward, we are going to have to start looking at maybe standardizing some of these items. And this photo here is an example of exactly what I'm referring to. If you recall back when we had our 10% design review, when we first moved the bicycles off of the street and onto designed what we called an extension of the Ojai Valley Trail that would be a protected bike lane. The initial idea was to have a bike lane, a 10-foot bike lane, and then a 5-foot decomposed granite sidewalk for pedestrian access, which is not a standard project. It's not, it's not something that Caltrans has a template for. And because this is a state highway, we have to work with Caltrans on these improvements. So we did spend some time designing this and trying to present this to Caltrans as an example of a situation where we ended up having to kind of go with a more standard design. We recently, after a couple rounds of reviews and just a couple weeks back, we did get a call that essentially headquarters from Caltrans in Sacramento had said, this is not standardized and we need to go with a more standard design. And so what is being presented tonight for Maricopa and will be discussed a little more fully later on in the presentation is a modification to what is a more standard design. So instead of having the separated DG path, a more standard design is to have a shared use pedestrian and bicycle trail, similar to the Ojai Valley Trail in that way. But it has it's a 10-foot wide path. And the reason why it has to go to this design is because Caltrans standards require a shoulder on each side. So again, the prior design only had the walking path on one side, no shoulder on the left. Caltrans has indicated their standard design is to have a shoulder on each side. Now pedestrians can use those areas as well, but there needs to be some sort of buffer between the bicycles and the street, essentially is Caltrans feedback for their street. So
for class, James, is that for a class 1?
So this is for a class 1, yeah. And so with that, just kind of background, I'm going to turn it over to Alma, who again, she'll go Ojai Avenue with the kind of the high level overview, and then take questions, and then we'll go from there. So Alma, I'll hand it to you.
And we want to wait till the end of Alma's presentation to ask any questions.
At each section, we'll take questions. So when we get through Ojai Avenue, we'll take questions. When we get through Maricopa, we'll take questions on Maricopa. And then when we get through the parking lot, we'll take questions on the parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, James. So we are going to get back to Maricopa Highway. But I wanted to start by briefly walking everyone through Ojai Avenue, because we are finally at the 95% design and at a level of detail where we're looking closely at things, and we just want to get feedback. And as James mentioned, we did make some minor modifications to Ojai Avenue based on Caltrans feedback since the last time this was presented. So we're going to go through some renderings of, we'll start with the key changes that are included in this Ojai Avenue design based on prior council feedback. And those include decomposed granite in lieu of concrete at 2 locations, adding 6 new pedestrian crosswalks along Ojai Avenue, reducing the number of curb extensions or bulb outs, if you will, from 18 to 8, reducing the curb extension footprint
We scaled it back quite a bit on El Paseo, Cañada, Ventura. And then we also increased our ADA ramp improvements from 2 to 8. So what I'm gonna do is take you through some renderings and to show you what these improvements would look like on Ojai Avenue. A portion of my screen is blocked with the Zoom, so I don't see the entire slide. But starting at Ojai Avenue east of downtown, I'm gonna go back one. This is what the existing, this is what the street looks like as of right now. If the improvements were incorporated, it would look like that. And you can see it adds a bike lane on both sides of the highway. Moving westward to the arcade block, these are the existing conditions where you can see the crosswalk connecting Libby Park to the arcade. If we were to add the improvements, it would look like this. And you see the curb extensions on both sides of the road, reducing the crossing path for pedestrian traffic and ultimately making it safer. Continuing westward to Cañada Street and El Paseo, these are the existing conditions. If we were to implement the proposed improvements, it would look something like this. Now, this isn't 100% accurate because we didn't have time to modify these designs, but the curb extensions have been scaled back quite a bit so they don't protrude as far out into the roadway. The bike lane has been pushed back a little bit more to provide more space for bikes and traffic. And the center median has a different type of edge. It has a rolled edge as opposed to what you see here, the flat face. So I did want to point those out to you. This is not 100% accurate, but it does give you kind of a flavor of what the improvements would look like along Ojai Avenue at this particular intersection. Continuing onward to Rincon, these are the existing conditions. With the improvements, it would look something like this. And what you see here is the DG path over on the right next to the bike lane. And there is also a bike lane on the other side of the road. This is the same location at Rincon, but from a different vantage point. You can again see the decomposed granite path for pedestrians as well as the bike path that has been added. And moving along westward near the Rancho Inn, these are the existing conditions. And this is what it would look like with the proposed improvements. Again, you see the 2 bike lanes on both sides of the highway. Over east of the Y, approximately the same location as what we saw previously, but from a different vantage point. These are the existing conditions, and this is what it would look like with the proposed improvements. I'm just to keep this on track and to keep the presentation brief, we did not show the engineering plans, but those are included in your packet. We do have them in the end as additional slides if we want to go through those a little bit more closely. But right now, we just want to open it up to any questions that folks may have.
Thank you, Alma. Much appreciated. I see Bill's hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Alma and James, in previous reviews of this stretch, it's been emphasized the importance of improving the downtown crossing safety in particular. The we have the one, of course we have the post office crossing, which is signalized, but the other 2 heavily used, one downtown are not. We talked about having triggered lighting, because one of the issues we hear frequently is when it's at night and people wearing dark clothes. It's important that there be some kind of lighting on those crosswalks, even if it's triggered by motion sensors or by crossing signals. I'm not seeing anything there in this plan for that. Are we going to include that or not? And I think the idea was that the lighting these areas with down lighting that would still be night sky compatible would be a very important safety improvement, more than just a flashing beacon thing. Don't really need flashing beacons everywhere. We need the lighting, and I think we've mentioned this several times, and I wonder where we are on that.
Yeah, and I know we've been working. So where we are is that I think about a year ago when it was first discussed, we reached out to a local lighting provider to try to identify some options. And we are still working with them. I don't think we have a definitive answer yet, but I'll look to Alma. I think there was some discussion on that.
Okay.
Alma, is there any, do you know the latest status on the lighting issue?
Yeah, so we have conceptual renderings of what the proposed lighting improvements would look like, both with in-pavement flashing beacons and or overhead lighting. However, because the budget is tight on this, we can look for ways to maybe cut costs to add those improvements, but as of right now, we don't have the funding to add those improvements.
Yeah, I think when we brought this a year ago, we had the public works director at that time had said that, you know, that we'd apply for additional grants for that funding, which is something we're still working on, but there isn't funding in the current budget for that unless we were to remove one of the other improvements that we just went through.
Yeah, there had been previous discussion about trading off curb extensions for lighting improvements. I guess I see we've already reduced curb extensions. So
yeah,
I just wanted to raise the issue because it's been brought up that that's a significant safety issue, is the visibility for pedestrian crossing at night.
Okay. Yeah, we'll follow up on that. We'll look to see if there might be some overlap between that and the curb extensions.
And if it's a relatively modest amount that we need to budget for in the next budget cycle, let's at least have it stipulated so we have that option.
Right, and that's what we were trying to get the quotes and the design so that we know exactly, exactly how much we're talking. So
okay, thank you.
Question, Randy?
Souza was next, Mayor. Thank you.
Will you unmute Souza, please?
All right, Alma, can you pull up the Ojai Avenue slides? Because I had questions on just about every single slide. I don't know. I'm not comfortable to go this fast through this to this design.
Sure. Do you want to go through all of them again?
Yeah, that's why, that was my original question. Why, I'm sorry you have to go repeat because I.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm happy to do so.
Okay, so now we're near Whispering Oaks, kind of?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so those are the existing conditions, and
okay.
These, I don't think my mouse is, oh, there it goes. There's a little bit of a lag on my end. So that's what it would look like with the proposed improvements.
Okay, so my first question would be, is that other space for parking?
That's correct. The way it shows on the plans right now, that is for parking. And there's parking currently there. Parking is allowed at that location.
Okay, so there is potential there for car doors opening, or is it wide enough so if the car goes near the curb? That's going to be one of my questions all along. This may be fine for this area. I'm not so sure as we get deeper into the downtown, but I guess with with the striping, at least cars will be alerted.
Well, I'd actually like to defer that question to Vincent Helens from Alta Planning and Design. Okay. He is better equipped to handle the technical questions. Vincent, are you there?
Yes, thanks, Alma. Good evening, everyone, the council. Yes, I mean the overall geometry width that we have from curb to curb, we were able to provide an 8-foot parking lane with a 5-foot bike facility, and then we added the buffer to the travel side.
Okay, there's a buffer on the track. Okay, so, okay, that's all for this part. I mean, I kind of wish it was showing this with, you know, cars parked, and it always looks so good when you don't have any cars. But let's go deeper into the downtown. So the next slide.
Sure.
Okay.
So moving over to the arcade block, I will show you the slide with the proposed improvements.
Okay. So we have this, that planter thing there. And then we have, yeah, I guess, I guess the question in my mind is, would it be safer? You know, I'm trying to visualize it's not in the sharrows could be more in the middle, or those are sharrows. Could they be more in the middle of the road? Or is that the middle of the road? It's a little hard because there's no stripe down the middle. Is this telling bicycles to go as close to the parked car as possible? Would it be safer? That's the question in my mind. Would it be safer if the sharrows were more centrally located?
So what Vincent, sorry, I don't know if Vincent was talking.
Are you there, Vincent?
Yes, I was going to jump in. Yes, the sharrows are currently in the travel lane right now. So again, there's the 8-foot parking lane, but we would have to put the sharrows in the middle of the travel lane for the east and west, I guess, vehicle movement. And then I think just east of this, just east of the arcade crossing, there is a driveway, I believe. So there is a turn lane that we're not seeing on this image right here.
So the center of it is for loading and unloading vehicles to station, for any kind of delivery vehicle that needs to make a delivery to the arcade. That's how it's currently used, and that's how it will remain.
Okay, I'm not quite understanding that, but I don't have to understand that. I'm just wondering about, what do you call those? Are those called bulb outs with the plants?
Yeah.
The curb extensions.
Yeah,
Yes.
the curb extensions. I'm just wondering if that's going to, if that's, I guess, you know, it's really hard to visualize it without actually writing it. And then it's too late. It's already been built. Okay. All right. I mean, you know, in an ideal world, okay, here's my other question. Down the road, if there's, you know, if the merchants, I mean, I would like to see the parking removed on the Libby Park side and the whole thing redesigned. That's what I would like. It's just to have that parking removed.
Can we refrain from comments? Let's keep it to questions.
Okay,
right?
questions. Okay. All right. Let's go further up.
Sure. And the sharrows are from Signal to North Montgomery Street, but it's a little section on Ojai Avenue.
And they're in the travel lane, which is where they should be.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Okay, so at El Paseo and Cañada Street.
Okay, so we currently do not allow parking in front of this business complex, and that will remain, that will stay, correct? That's the idea.
Did you say we do not, or we do allow parking?
We do not. We do not allow car parking on this block, from the mob shop to Cañada.
We're not introducing any new parking on Ojai Avenue.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That was my question for that section. Okay. And
then moving on to
And we
Ojai
can
Avenue.
ask questions later, right? After the public comment. Okay.
Sure. So this is at Rincon, and that's with the proposed improvements. And you see the DG path to the right of the bicyclist.
Mhm.
And there's also a bike lane on the other side of the highway, but it doesn't have a bicyclist pictured.
So what is that bike lane is just a stripe? No, is there a reason why it wouldn't have a bicycle picture on the south side? I mean, on the north side?
We just didn't include it.
But in real life?
In real life, it would have a bike if there was a bike. Yes, it would be a bike lane for bicyclists to travel.
Okay, thank you. That was my other question for that part. And did that 30, is that 30-mile-per-hour sign still there, or did it disappear? You know, this is the area where we wanted drivers that are new to Ojai to know that there's a crosswalk just a few feet down from there.
So it's hard to see on this one, but there is a crosswalk sign up ahead, and the speed limit.
Yeah,
sign, I believe, is on the light post behind. It's not pictured in this, but it's on the light post behind the bicyclist.
Okay, some point we'll go after Caltrans again to make that 25, I hope. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next rendering is same location, but from a different vantage point.
Okay, I love the DG sidewalks, so great. That looks good. Okay.
Okay. Let me move over to Rancho Inn, and that is what it would look like with the proposed improvements. And this one does show the 2 bike lanes on both sides of the highway.
Good.
And any questions on this one?
No, it looks good.
Okay, and then east of the Y, this is what it was.
I'm sorry. So there's no parking in that stretch.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, we're not introducing any new parking locations on Ojai Avenue.
Okay. Okay.
So this is east of the Y. That's what it would look like with the improvements. And again, you see the 2 bicyclists on both sides of the road in the bike lane.
Okay. So now we're getting, is that Boku on the other side? Are we there yet? Not yet. Okay. Oh, that's
not quite.
This is Nordhoff on the right. Or Matilaha, I mean. Right? Or Ojai Valley School.
It is just before the Y, west of Rancho Inn.
Uh-huh.
Okay. West. Yes, west. I don't know the exact location. I didn't take these pictures.
Okay, so there, I'm looking for, is it called El Paseo? The Ojai, the street that's in front of Boku and goes to Ojai Valley School. And the reason I meant reason I want to be oriented is because I want to ask about a crosswalk. Because I've seen a lot of kids riding from the north side of Maricopa, the hospital side, because they anticipate, going into the Arbolada through the street that runs past Ojai Valley School. If you go to the next slide, maybe it'll show it.
That was the last slide that we had.
Okay. Okay, well then that must be Boku. If the intersection is there.
Do you have a question on this one?
Yeah, the question is, how do people cross the street?
So for that, James, are the engineering plans at the very end?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think this is the section of Ojai Avenue that you're asking about.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the only crosswalks that we have right now are, and I can't see all of my screen.
Yeah, the crossings would be at Country Club Drive or at Kenyatta Street.
And that's all until we get to the Y intersection? There's no crossing to like, okay, say people are at Boku. That's a business on the on Ojai Avenue, just past the intersection, the Y intersection. Say they want to cross the street. I mean, that's real life. Or kids are walking, they go to Boku, and then they want to cross the street. So they can't really legally cross. They have to wait, they have to run for their life is what they have to do.
So there is no additional crosswalk between Country Club Drive and the Y.
Okay, so is that something that could be added later?
Well, Susan, I want to help you out here because why? Because we added that in our last.
Ryan, could you bring it back to the, would you like
Yeah, I'm trying, but I mean, Susan, I agree with you. We added that last time. I agree with you, Susan. Why is that not on here?
We actually did get feedback from Caltrans on that, and they didn't see the necessity for a crosswalk between Country Club and the Y. But it's something we can try and push through.
I think we need to do whatever we can because
we need to stay on questions right now.
Okay.
Any more questions, Susan?
Okay, so yeah, the question will be, can we ask for another crosswalk?
All right, thank you.
I'll note real quick, I wanted to jump in and yes, so we took all of the changes and all the comments back from council prior, you know, and well, the one example we called out earlier was the example of, we went back and said, you know, direction was remove as many curb extensions as possible and replace with, you know, better alternatives. So when we got back the review, the plans for review, and then we met with Caltrans and followed up on some, there were some items that they had requested to be removed. I think one of the things we're looking for tonight is if there's feedback on things that, you know, that are worth following up with Caltrans to revisit, then we're asking for that feedback tonight. So.
Okay. Well, this is so important. It's that you communicate to Caltrans that there's tons of school kids. If you want to go on the right side of the road.
Hey, Susan, we're not in discussion yet, so just questions, and then we'll have plenty of time for discussion. Okay. Randy, you have a question, and then Ryan?
Yeah, so Mayor, this might be beneficial for future comments and questioning is when we're on a slide that maybe during that slide, we ask all the council members for their comments because now we got to go back all the way to the very front of this. So Alma, if you can go all the way back.
Sure, let me.
To the east end.
Okay.
The very first east end slide.
I'm getting there.
Thank you.
There's a little lag on my end.
Yeah. There's a lag on my end too.
So you wanted the very first slide at grid on the east end of Ojai Avenue?
Yeah, yes, I just wanted to ask a question to either you or to Vincent. So as I see this, is this a Sharrow? Is that what we're calling this? Or a bike lane?
That is a bike lane. That is not a Sharrow.
Okay, so that's why there's a discrepancy in the way this is painted. And then as we move forward, you can go to the next slide. Because I don't see this, I don't see it here. Where does the bike lane end and the Sharrow begin?
So if we're traveling west on Ojai Avenue, it starts at South Montgomery Street and it ends at Signal. That's that little stretch from Signal to South Montgomery is sharrows. There's not enough space to add a separate bike lane.
Correct.
Okay. And then my next question on this picture, it looks like the curb extension is larger than the footprint of the car, which is 8 feet, I believe is what you gave your parking. Am I correct?
Yes.
Vincent, someone?
No. Oh, I said yes. I think you're. I'm not. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you're saying that the curb extension it appears to be larger than what it should be based off.
Right. So what it does, it creates to me a pinch point, and I'm wondering if is that a standard, or do we create the curb extension size that we want? So if we wanted to move that back 2 feet, we could make that recommendation so that the car, the person riding the bike, and the person standing to go across the street doesn't feel too enclosed.
It is a standard, and the curb extension should typically be 2 feet less than the parking lane, 1 to 2 feet less than the parking lane.
2 feet less. Okay, because your rendering looks like it's 2 feet greater. Okay, thank you. Can we go to the next one?
Sure. Well, I want to, from your comment, I would like to ask other council members if they have any questions on this slide, so that we don't keep backtracking.
Oh, come on.
None? Okay.
It's hard to see. Susie.
And then on this question here, so again, this is a Charles. Am I correct?
No,
That is a bike lane. That is not a sharrow.
Okay, because it doesn't look like the previous bike lane on the east end. Are they all going to be uniform?
Yes, I guess I didn't prepare these renderings, but yes, the bike markings will all be the same. At the driveways, we will have the green conflict striping, and at the intersection, we'll also have the green conflict striping. But when there's a dedicated bike lane, we'll have a solid white on either side of the bike lane. And as you approach the intersection, you'll have a bike pavement marking.
And it looked like a little 2-foot buffer on the car side of that white line. Am I correct?
It appears to be that in this rendering, yes.
It's not in this one, but it's in the very first one.
On the travel side, yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to ask, is there going to be consistency in how we paint these bike lanes and Charles lanes throughout the project?
Yes.
Okay, so my last question, I believe here, I have one more after this one. Were we supposed to have a landscaped buffer lane on the downhill side of the 150 as we came into town? Did we remove that?
A landscape buffer lane. Are you referring to
a landscaped island in the middle there? We have it on this side where that woman's crossing the street, looks like.
Yes, so that
I thought we were going to have one on the other side also. Did we remove that?
Yes, this is the rendering that we mentioned that has been modified. So we were explaining what's been removed. We've removed that center island there in the on the other side of the person walking the dog. So now it'll just be the remainder of the median with a rolled edge for emergency access, not a curb.
Okay, and then our next picture, if no one has any questions.
Okay.
So here I see again, this is a bike lane. It's not consistent with the others. And then I'm not quite sure if that's just rock rubble on the edge, because on the next picture, it shows something that looks more like concrete. So is that going to be a standard curb in this project, or are we going to be mixing and matching curbs? That looks like a regular curb. Am I correct? The other picture looked like it was rocks that were either cemented in or landscape rocks. Am I correct?
Correct. So the simple answer is that the renderings were created by different people, and but in the final design there will be consistency throughout in the different design elements.
And will they be consistently concrete curbs, or will they be consistently rock curbs?
That depends on council's feedback and what council wants.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on Ryan?
I just have serious issue with the So Avenue thing now. All right. I got to find out what the hell happened here, because Susan makes a great point. I think it's a really big deal, but in the summary on the table on page 4 of 3, it lists the El Paseo Road intersection as a crosswalk. It has 6 listed, does not include Ventura Street. And on page 4.4, suddenly South Ventura Street is added and there's 6 listed. So when I counted the 6 and saw there were 6, I thought we had 6. But somehow that got lost. It doesn't say anywhere in this report about Caltrans nixing one at El Paseo or any discussion of that. It's incredibly difficult to read these plans. So was that a mistake? Did they actually cancel it? Was it forgot to put in? It's written in the summary. Now all of a sudden we go from 6 to 6, but it should be 7. Ventura's not written there. So what is going on? I mean, how is that not highlighted anywhere? Are there any other ones that Caltrans told us we couldn't do that we wanted to do that we don't know about?
Okay, so let's start with, let me move to the engineering plans that are at the end. I believe this is the section you're asking about, El Paseo.
No. It's further down. It's along Ojai Avenue in front of what would be past the Y, past Del Norte, up the road, towards what would be across from Boku, and then an entrance to 2 major schools in El Paseo. And there's no way to get from the bike path across that street, and there's no way to turn onto El Paseo other than have to go through the incredibly dangerous section on the north side, north of the Y, past Del Norte and the Y, which is one of the main spots we've been super focused on.
Oh, that section is, it's in the Montgomery, I'm sorry, on the Maricopa Highway section. Those parts.
Let's
find it.
I mean, I have it here in the engineering plans. It's page 2 of 6 on attachment A. And there is nothing on the engine. I mean, on at least this set of plans that have it. But again, it's listed on the summary as one of the ones we requested. There's 6 on the summary. Ventura Street is not included there. But then on the next page, suddenly new pedestrian crossings, Ventura Street is added, and there's no El Paseo.
So this is the section you're asking about, and yeah, you are correct. There is no crosswalk at El Paseo. But council can choose to add one, and we can make that.
Well, we did add it. I mean, it was in the summary. Did Caltrans tell us they don't want one there, or did we forget to put it in? And is there a reason why Ventura's not on here? And are there any other ones that might be missing? So like I said, on page 4.4 on the bottom, new pedestrian crossings. Like I said, Ventura's added. That's not on the summary list.
Oh, okay. If you're looking at table 2, where it has the mile marker 17.4 El Paseo / Cañada, it's referring to the intersection at Cañada and that El Paseo road, not the other end of El Paseo.
The table refers to the curb extensions at Cañada, not about the crosswalk. So I don't know.
It says, hold on, the one I'm looking at says directed staff to incorporate pedestrian crosswalk and lighting improvements along Ojai Avenue at the intersections of El Paseo Road, North Blanche, Bryant Street, South Fulton, North Fulton, and Drown Avenue.
And North Ventura on the.
But that's not listed in this part, Susan. This is in table 1. And this is from our August 3rd, 2021 date, where I went through and listed all the improvements we wanted to make. And they're clearly listed in the summary. But then on the following page where it says new pedestrian crossings, there's nothing about it. It has the other ones listed, but Ventura is conspicuously added and El Paseo's gone. And thank you, Susan, for catching that, because I thought El Paseo was still in there. But I mean, if we get feedback that something that we voted on to approve is no longer approved by Caltrans of being removed, it should have 5 stars and a big highlight next to it so we know. And I'm concerned that some of the things we added, I haven't gone back to my notes from our August 3rd meeting, but now I'm worried that things aren't getting translated from our meetings and our votes to getting in the plans completely. Because that's a big deal. And I'm still curious, did Caltrans actually deny that, or did it just get left out on accident?
Vincent, I think that may have been an oversight.
Well, hold on. I think, you know, to answer the question, you know, you're pointing out, right, Councilmember Blanche, our summary of the council direction, which yes, we included, and yes, we provided to Caltrans. This report is bringing back the plans that Caltrans has reviewed and signed off on up to 95%. So this is the intent of tonight's meeting, is to bring back what Caltrans has, you know, what Caltrans has basically, you know, signed off on to this point. But we're also calling out those differences between what was directed at the August 3rd meeting and what is, you know, what's provided tonight is not what was directed, not solely what was directed at the meeting, it's what was directed at the meeting worked through Caltrans. So again, one of the things we're asking for tonight is if there are things that Caltrans worked with the design team and chose, you know, to remove, which ones are priorities to keep in. So that is the point of tonight. I want to just state that, you know, this is not an issue of, you know, where council direction wasn't taken to Caltrans, but there's also, the reality is, and I think this is something that we need to make clear, is that this is a Caltrans highway, and ultimately Caltrans does have the right to review and approve or deny these plans. So
well, that's fine, but I mean, I got 2 concerns, right? One is if they denied it, it should be in big bold letters. These things were denied by Caltrans in our plans. If it hasn't been presented to Caltrans, there's nothing in here that says the following things have not been presented to Caltrans yet for their approval. And if we just forgot it, that's fine. If we forgot it, I want to make sure it's there. But then how did it turn into Caltrans denied it? I don't like that very much. But one way or another, obviously my goal is to make sure it's included, but we're at 95%. That sounds awfully close to being done. And we're not really interested in not including things that we've all voted on. We've gone through a long process on this. This is way too important an intersection to be left out. And if there's going to be a problem with Caltrans, then I want to know about it before this meeting, not during it or after.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so I'm trying to figure out so which one is it? Is it Caltrans said where it hasn't been presented to them, they said they don't want to do it, or we accidentally left it out, or something else?
Yeah, so let me ask Vincent, you know, Vincent has been the person working through this with Caltrans. So I'll ask Vincent if that was something specifically talked about with Caltrans, or, you know, if what the story is.
I would say that this is the first time that I've heard of the El Paseo crossing, but we've been focused on the El Paseo Cañada crossing, and then we've been focused on adjusting the Maricopa Highway segment to be more more inclined to what the council requested. So this particular El Paseo crossing may have been missed in the shuffle with the other design elements that we've been working through with Caltrans, specifically with reducing the curb extensions and doing the trade-off with Caltrans, and, you know, the city constructing certain curb ramps, Caltrans constructing and designing certain curb ramps. So this one may have been missed, and is why it's probably not reflective on the plans right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. We got to make sure it's in there, because I mean that's an important one. Susan, thank you for catching that. But you know, like I said, this has been a long process. The finer points are the big points, and you know, I can't imagine Caltrans would have a problem across from the school district where that's probably the most important crossing in here that I know we all agreed with. So thank you. I appreciate the clarity on that and answering my question. Obviously we're going to vote on it later, but if we approve it, let's definitely double check and make sure that gets back in there if we want it there.
Yeah, without that crosswalk,
Hey, could you address the chair, please, Susan? Do you have another question?
yeah, no, I want to emphasize this. This is a life death.
Okay, but we're not in discussion yet. We're still at questions. So can you
Yeah,
hold your?
You as mayor can also allow important discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to finish.
We might forget. I can't emphasize enough that without that crosswalk, the students will be riding against traffic.
Okay, let's
have that crosswalk.
Any more questions on this on Ojai Avenue? Nope. Okay, let's. Oh, I'm sorry, Randy.
Oh no, Mayor, that was. I'm sorry, I didn't take it down.
Okay. All right, then James, we will move on to Maricopa Highway.
Yeah, and Alma will.
Are we going to then go back and discuss Ojai Avenue?
Yes, but please, Souza, can you raise your hand and wait to be called on? We're going to talk about all three, take questions, then we'll take public comment, and then we'll discuss.
Okay, so moving on to what perhaps might be a lively discussion this evening is the Maricopa Highway design. Key changes along Maricopa Highway include adding the two-way Class 1 bikeway on the southbound side, relocating one pedestrian crosswalk at Carrillo Road, increasing the left turn pocket depth at Church Street to allow more space for vehicles, adding 4 right turn pockets on the northbound side where the Class 2 bike lane will be, removing all the on-street parking on the southbound side, reducing the number of curb extensions or bulb outs, if you will, from 3 to 0, and finally increasing the curb ramp improvements from 3 to 8. So we're going to start at the Y intersection and work our way over to El Roblar / Cuyama. And the thing that I want to point out here that's important is that in this current design, we've repurposed the center stacking lane along South Ojai Avenue to incorporate a bike lane for bicycles wishing to continue south along Ojai Avenue. We believe that incorporating this bike lane and repurposing the stacking lane is going to eliminate the conflicts with the bus stop that's currently there, as well as the entrance to the Vons parking lot. What that would look like, these are the existing conditions at the Y, facing kind of northwest. And this is what it would look like with the proposed improvements. You do see the bike lane for bicyclists traveling southbound along Ojai Avenue. The bus stop would be painted red and the bicyclist crossing over to what looks like he'll be entering the Ojai Valley Trail at that point.
Are we asking questions?
Yeah, Alma, would you like to have questions for each slide?
I think so. I think it would be easier to address it.
All right. Any questions on this slide?
Yeah.
Okay, Susan.
So currently, Alma or Vincent, there are 2 right turn lanes. I keep thinking you can see my pen pointing at things. So of course you can't. We need to go really slow and really look at this intersection.
Okay,
sometimes there's as many as 20 people crossing on bicycle and on foot. Okay, is those two right turn vehicles?
So we're talking about this area right here, correct?
Yes.
And
yes.
where I marked up in red?
No.
Okay.
No, the two right lanes are turning to go southbound on State Route 33. And there's the existing design shows 1 right turn and maintaining 2 left turn lanes. And you can see that in the next I guess design plans, Alma. If you go to number 41.
Sure.
Yeah. And you'll see that there's 2 left turn lanes going on State Route 150 and then the 1 right turn lane.
Vincent, can you annotate on the screen? So we're all on the same page.
I'm not sure I know how to do that.
I'm gonna have to stand up.
Not sure I know how to do that.
Oh, if you go to the top where it says view options, click on view options, and then it says annotate.
You're referring to this right turn lane? And currently the existing condition, there's a dual left and dual right, and then 1 left turn lane?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yes, it seems like there's a lot of potential for conflict with people turning right when pedestrians and bicycles are trying to cross. And I've always wondered if you could eliminate one of those right turns, if that is an option, or is that?
We've eliminated one of the right turns, and there's just 1 right turn lane.
I think they can also, well, they can't turn from the center. Okay, I'll have to go back and look at it. I'm not clear. Go ahead and just move.
Randy, do you have a question?
On this diagram here, you know, I'm glad we started here, but I would have thought we would have started 1 street back and actually showed Del Norte coming down and how that bike lane in that corner is you know, constructed. But as we come through this, my question is, we have a bike lane, yet I see the bike lane going through. I don't see the bike lane making a right onto the 33. Are we not telling people to make a right at that point? We're telling them to go through traffic and then hop up on the island where our Christmas tree is. And that's the new green lines that I'm seeing. Is that the goal here? Is to not allow a bike that's proceeding west?
No, Randy, the intent here was for the cyclists go. Yes, there. Thanks, Alma. That was the original intent for cyclists and to provide signage for them to exit Ojai Avenue, and then they would drop back down onto Maricopa Highway. I think after you pass the bus stop location on Maricopa Highway.
I'm sorry, you're asking them to do what? To leave the 150?
Yes.
And go where?
Onto the sidewalk that I think Alma just showed an image of it.
So to go on the sidewalk at Caltrans?
No, it's not on the sidewalk. It is on this little path.
Bike facility.
Yes, it's a bike facility that would be added on this little portion here. And if I move to the next slide, you can see where it, let me annotate.
No, actually, I see
so they
the
would
triangle. I see the triangle. Okay, I see the planter bed. So now we're putting a bike lane where the present markers are. I'm lost here. When did we authorize this bike lane? When did we decide we were going to go closer to the Caltrans yard rather than allowing someone to make a right turn at the corner? Or is there just too much conflict with the bus loading zone there?
I'll let Vincent take that one because I believe there was discussion with Caltrans at this particular intersection.
I think this has been the intent since I've been on the project. So over the last year, this has always been an opportunity to get cyclists off, and specifically the wide intersection. if we were to add in the cycle movement here, we would need to adjust the traffic signals to align properly. And I think that was, well, not I think, Caltrans did not want us touching the signals at the intersections. So we had to find an opportunity to keep the cyclists continuing on to Maricopa Highway.
So we're removing permeable surfaces and installing concrete or pavement in this area to accommodate someone on a bike.
That is the current design.
Is that decomposed granite there, Vincent?
We can make it decomposed granite, yes. Stabilized decomposed granite.
Wow. Okay. So one other question while I guess we're in the corner, Mayor. I see that, see, this is why I was struggling. I see the green line and I imagine that's bike lane, correct? Vincent,
yes,
is that
yes.
the green line on the south side there? Does that represent bike?
Which green are you referring to? But I'm going to say yes, because any green marking is conflict striping for bikes.
So again, now I'm seeing, so is that so we have an existing sidewalk. Are we putting a 10-foot bike lane behind it? Is that what we're doing on that corner, on that side of the corner?
Are you referring to the south side in front of the Vons?
Yes, there's a, looks like a V.
Yes, that's a shared marking for the bike lane, yes.
That's a shared marking. So we're taking a walking path and turning it into a shared bike and walking path. That's what we're doing there?
Yes.
Now what's the green line behind it? What is that? Is that in the Svans parking lot, or is that again on that turf area?
It is on the turf area. And I think that, and Alma, correct me if I'm wrong, I think the green marking was to just highlight the design elements of the project
Correct.
discussed today.
So,
Correct.
So why would we create two bike lanes in the same space if you're accommodating the bikes on the more southward side, closer to the parking lot? Why do we need to turn the other lane into a joint bike lane? What's the rationale behind that?
I guess as we approach the Y, the bike lanes on Maricopa Highway are off street. And on the south side of Maricopa Highway, the bikes are already off street with the Class 1 facility. So we're keeping the cyclists off street as you approach the Y intersection. And then once you enter the Y is when you either get onto the bike facility to continue into downtown, or you continue onto Ojai Valley Trail, or you continue south down into Ventura.
Okay.
Okay, and keep moving, Alma. Thank you.
Okay, so moving along, as we continue moving through Maricopa Highway from the Y, we see in this engineering drawing the Class 1 bike lane on the south side of Maricopa Highway. We also see 5 ADA curb ramp improvements highlighted in fuchsia. And there is also a Class 2 bike facility on the north side of Maricopa Highway. At Carrillo Road, highlighted in orange, you see the crosswalk that will be relocated from the west end to the east end. And what that intersection will look like. We have the existing conditions shown here, and that is with the demonstration project in place. You can see the flexible post there. And with the proposed improvements, this is what it will look like. And I do want to point out one error in this rendering is the crosswalk, because the crosswalk will not be on this side. It will be relocated to the east side of the intersection. So that is an important distinction and just something that I wanted to point out.
Sorry, you have a question, Susan?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't understand what you said. So you're saying that people that are on the corner where the liquor store is can no longer cross there?
So, yeah, so this, let me get my annotating tool. The crosswalk is currently located here where I'm showing in red, but it's going to be relocated to where the orange stripe is, just to the other side. And people from the liquor store would be able to cross to the other side, but they would have to go a little bit different way.
Because?
All right, Bill and then Randy.
Yeah, I think you meant to say relocate to the west, not the east. You said relocate to the east.
Yes, it's going to the other side.
Relocate to the west is what I think you meant. And
Correct.
and I think I would concur with Randy. Can you give the rationale for that? Thank you.
Vincent?
Yes, the crossing was removed to the west side was due to the median that's being removed on the east side of the intersection, and as well as minimizing the impact to the right of way at the gas station. Because there would need to be a dual curb ramp at the northeast corner of the gas station.
Randy, question?
It doesn't make any sense. Why can't you still make that improvement and keep the crosswalk there? My observation of that corner, more people coming out of Vaughn's and coming out of that shopping area are using that side of the street more than they are the other side. But that's just my observation. I'd like to just ask again, I'm looking at the curb improvements because that is a pretty blind corner as it exists right now. And then I'm looking at the, so as I'm looking at this picture here, show me, so we've got an existing sidewalk and then we've got an existing bike path. And then we have some, what do we call those guys? The little guys sticking up in the air, the
bollards.
The bollards. So show me how wide is that? Again, are we giving up pedestrian walkway for bikes? So are we going to have to take that curb and sidewalk out and move it over to the bollards? Is that what we're doing there?
There is a sidewalk extension to provide for a true class 1 bike facility. So that would be 8 feet of space for the pedestrians and the cyclists.
Well, I'm not, if you're saying 8 and 10, I don't see 18 feet there. I see 14.5.
No,
do the math for me again.
Sorry, not 8 and 10. Sorry. Yes, it would be the 14 foot with a 10 foot, I guess, slip lane.
So the right away for pedestrian is 4.5 feet. Is that what I'm looking at here? And then 10 feet for people riding bikes. Am I reading that correctly?
This is shared path.
Pardon?
Bicycles and pedestrians would share the path, similar to what they do on the Ojai Valley Trail.
But the Ojai Valley Trail, is that a class 1 bike lane?
We're gonna be discussing all that, right?
Yeah, we will.
Well, I'm asking a question.
Vincent can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I would consider the Ojai Valley Trail a class 1 bike.
Oh, okay. I want a absolute answer to that, not a guess.
Oh, I didn't guess.
If you don't have it, say so. That's okay. You can say, Randy, I don't know. I'll look into it for you. Because I'm concerned about this point. Because again, this is another pinch point.
But hey, Randy, I'm sorry. We're just keeping it to questions, not commentary.
Well, I've asked my question, and I'm trying to get an answer, Mayor. Thank you. So again, What is the standard width for a pedestrian walkway in a class 1 bike lane? Is it 5 feet? Is it 5.5? Is it 4 feet? What is it?
A class 1 bike design is a shared use path. It does not have a separate pedestrian path or a separate bicycle path. Both share the road equally.
So as we move further up away from this corner, we're going to create a pedestrian lane and a 10-foot bike lane. Why aren't we being uniform in this application of the dual purpose bike lane and the pedestrian?
I think there might be a misunderstanding as we move closer to Cuyama. Actually, the entire length from the Y all the way to El Roblar will be a class 1 shared use bikeway on the south side of Maricopa. There will not be a separate pedestrian path.
Well, we'll get to that point. We'll ask those questions too. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So continuing on, I think, let's see. This goes from Pyrie through Church. And again, the class 1 bikeway, which is a shared use bikeway for pedestrians and bicycles, is highlighted in the green on the south side of Maricopa Highway. There will also be a class 2 bikeway on the north side of Maricopa Highway. And then the 2 ADA curb ramp improvements are highlighted in the fuchsia color at Church Road and at Pyrie. And then what Church Road looks like as of right now with the demonstration project installed, that is what we see if we go out there right now with the proposed improvements. And it shows the dimensions. That is what it would look like. And that would be a shared use bikeway for pedestrians and bicyclists.
Okay, Bill, and then Randy, question?
Yes, quick question, Alma. Is there any issue with Caltrans between concrete and asphalt for this class 1 stretch?
No, based on the highway design manual, it needs to be the same pavement as you would for a roadway. So it can be asphalt or concrete.
Okay, thank you.
Randy?
I thought, and again, correct me, here's the question. A class 1 bike lane had to have clear delineation between bicycle riders and pedestrians. Is that true or not true?
A class 1 bike facility is a shared use path.
So there is nothing in any codes that contradict what you just said?
No, based off of the highway design manual, a shared use, a class 1 bike facility is a shared use path.
Then what's the difference between it and a class 4?
A class 4, you have a vertical separation.
We have what?
A vertical separation.
Between
either the pedestrians and the cyclists.
So bollards instead of a curb, basically.
And just going back to like the reason that we ended up here from our conversations with Caltrans is they wanted us to ensure that we had that vertical separation from our previous renderings that we had, so we were unable to achieve the overall width that we needed to have the two separated.
Susan?
Vincent, are you familiar with the class 1 bike lane on Hollister in Goleta, which has a separated pedestrian and bike path?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, so there are class, maybe it's unusual, but that is a class 1 bike lane.
Okay. I'm sorry, Susan, but we're still on questions. We just have to get through all the questions and then we can discuss.
Well, I want to make sure we have accurate information,
Any other questions on this slide?
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What happens to the pedestrians when, you know, 20 bicycles and kids on scooters and skateboards are traveling in both directions? Where do the pedestrians go? Are they supposed to hop off the eucalyptus trees? Where is the safety for pedestrians in this design? And if they have dogs and all that? Because I don't understand, you know, to me, the paradigm is pedestrians first, and I don't see the safety in this design for pedestrians. So I would like to know, that's what the two buffers, the 3.5 and the 2.5. This is what Caltrans has approved, correct?
So this would function similar to the Ojai Valley Trail, which was the direction we received previously. Just like the Ojai Valley Trail, if somebody is walking and somebody comes up on a bicycle, the person on the bicycle would, you know, yield or go around the person walking. The buffer here, the 2.5 feet and the 3.5 feet you mentioned, those are you know, clearly areas that a pedestrian could move off to the side if a bicycle is coming. But it's also, you know, the situation you describe of 20 bicycles or 20 scooters, you know, they would work around the pedestrian. There is no way we could design this that would allow 20 bicycles to go lined up across the path and you know, and not impact a pedestrian. There's going to have to be some working together, you know, between those two groups. So.
Okay, so my other question is, am I correct that this is how many feet wider than the Ojai Valley Class 1 trail? It's wider, correct? It's considerably wider?
Yes, I know, Vincent, we had looked at that at one point. I can't remember if the trail is 8 feet or 10 feet, but I think that the buffers are the additional space on these.
I can't answer that correctly, Dan. I'm not sure about the Ojai Valley Trail, but it is based off of Caltrans, based off our last conversation with Caltrans. Caltrans would prefer, and this came down from headquarters, a 3.5 foot shoulder, 10 foot shared use path, and then a 2.5 foot shoulder.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. Randy and then Bill.
So we had a picture sent to us, I believe, and it showed the 10-foot bike path and then a 5-foot pedestrian lane. That's the picture that I've been working off of. This tonight is the first time we've seen this new diagram. Am I correct, James?
Well, it was in the packet.
But I'm just saying, yeah.
Yeah, so this design here, whoever's moving the mouse.
Sorry.
So this design here is what was submitted to Caltrans. Caltrans has stated that there needs to be a buffer on either side, which means we cannot do there's not enough distance to put a 5-foot buffer on one side and a 2.5 foot buffer on the other side without taking away the emergency vehicle access. So that led to this design.
Okay. Bill?
Yes, just a question of that we should be clear about in terms of the Valley Bike Trail. There's the overall width, including the dirt or horse portion, and then there's just the paved portion.
Yeah.
So my question would be our request would be when we're talking about the Valley Bike Trail, that we have both of those dimensions in the discussion.
Answer to that question?
We don't have that available. It's not within the scope for Alta, so we'd have to go out and measure
it. Question on this slide, Susan?
Can you, so when cars are turning right into the Nordhoff parking lot and kids are turning right into the parking lot, is there going to be something more for the bicycles turning into the parking lot? Or do kids get off and ride their bike at that point? Is that part of this plan? Or let's see, that's the first turn, right? Remember how we used to always try to figure out how the kids could safely get on campus? I know that we had as many hours of discussion about that because I met out there with Bob Daddy and we looked at all that, you know, by where the field is, the track, I mean. That's not part of this plan at the moment when we actually get onto the school campus?
I don't believe the plan, I'll ask Vincent to confirm, but I don't believe the plan has any sort of, you know, special exit from the bike path to the school, any bike specific exit.
Yeah, and we did look at that at one point, and there was a driveway connection to the school, but I also believe that there were discussions with the school with either redesigning their parking lot circulation. So I think until the circulation or the new parking lot design was complete, the entrance was put on hold.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the change that triggered the department, the state architecture review, and so the school district wasn't interested in pursuing that at that time. So.
Question on this slide, Randy?
Just real quick, James, was that the $11,000 expenditure we had?
The bike, the exit into the school parking lot?
Yeah, wasn't that $11,000 that we spent out of our own money to figure that out?
Yeah, we had approved, council had approved, I think, the budget to design that. And then, but before we proceeded, I don't think we did spend, we didn't end up pursuing the design because the school district just identified that they didn't want to make that change to their parking lot. So it never, if I remember right, it never got really to the state architect because the school district opted out at that point. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, Vincent or Alma. So if the council majority supports this class 1 Caltran approved design for commuters that are going 28 miles per hour and they want to get to their appointment, they can still, correct me if I'm wrong, but they can still use the road. They can even be in the traffic lane. And there's no more parking, so they can, when there's no cars in these striped and am I correct in assuming or thinking that, you know, seasoned bicycle commuters, the ones that don't currently use the Ojai Valley Trail because they don't want to be driving around, you know, dogs and strollers and all of that, they can still use the road. And we can even still have share the road signs and all that. Bicycles are not legally required to use this shared use class 1 facility. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The commuter bicyclists could still could continue to use the road. And I think, you know, this project is really focused on the, you know, kids getting to school using the pathway and families getting out and using it. It's not intended to be a high speed path. It's recreational and school usage. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move on. Alma and Vincent, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is at the same location, but from a different vantage point. And in this one, you see there's a 12-foot travel lane and an 8-foot slip lane that would allow vehicles to pull over to the right if a fire engine or an ambulance needed to get by. And that slip lane is consistent with throughout, except the at Church Road where there's a right turn entrance. And then we'd still have the class 2 bike lane on the north side of Maricopa Highway.
Can we just take a moment?
Hey, Susan, please, you gotta raise your hand, so I gotta see you. Do you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Susan.
I would just like to study this. You know, I think this is so important. I don't want to just move on because I don't have a question. I want to look at it. Can we take a moment and really look at this? There's a lot to see here. Okay.
Meanwhile, Randy, you have a question on this?
Thank you, Mayor. While Susan's studying, I just have a question on this. Does this slip lane and all of this goes all the way up to the Y, Alma?
It is, for the most part, continuous up to the Y. There is one trolley stop along the way. I'm sorry, 2 trolley stops along the way. But yes, continuous, except where that right turn pocket is at Church Road.
And do you have a picture of the other side of the highway of what this other lane is going to look like?
I do not have a rendering for the other side of the highway.
Can we put one in the packet next time? We seem to keep excluding it because, again, it sure be nice to be able to see the big picture here in the future.
Yeah, we'll include that in the future. And the basic explanation on the other side is that the other side is it has a single direction bike lane added, and it still has the parking on street, which has been removed from the south side. But we can include that in future renderings.
And there's a 3.5-foot buffer with the bike lane on the north side.
Susan, question?
Okay, so when cars are pulling into the school parking lot, is this designed so that it's the bicycles and the pedestrians have the right of way? They have to wait for the bidirectional bike lane to be clear, or is it you know, like with the Ojai Valley Trail, they have their stop signs at the bicycles are expected to stop at the intersections, or in this case, driveways. Is that clear, my question?
Yeah, so as it's designed right now on Maricopa, there aren't the stop signs for the bicycles at the driveways. It's not something that we've talked about, but I guess, you know, Vincent, I don't know if that's an easy answer. Would we be able to add stop signs if we wanted to for the bicycles, if we wanted to stop traffic there?
It's not an easy answer, but I would probably put the stop control on the vehicles rather than the cyclists or pedestrians to keep the traffic flowing. And potentially, I mean, the green conflict striping is to alert the cyclists that there is a potential conflict coming. So they should be looking for vehicles, and the same for the vehicle.
Okay, Bill and then Randy, and we'll get back to you, Susan.
I want to be clear that as a question, this 35% plan continues with off-curb parking on the north side between the Class 2 bike lane and the traffic lane?
That's correct. There is on-street parking on the north side.
Okay, still off-curb then. Thank you.
Randy and then Susan.
I think I have 3 questions here. Is there a designated right turn into the high school?
There is right now, and we are waiting for feedback from the school district to find out if they're going to keep it. Our understanding is that it was a pilot program to test the feasibility of converting the Church Street entrance into an entrance only, not dual the way it was before, where it was an entrance and an exit. Right now, it's an entrance only, and Pyre is exit only.
Right. So is there a dedicated right turn
To
into
get
the high
into-
school?
The plans include a dedicated right turn at Church Road.
Okay. Then my next question, are there going to be posted speed limits on this bike trail?
Specific to the bicycles?
Yeah. So for instance, you can take some e-bikes into certain campsites in the state of California, and certain campsites you can't. So are we going to post the speed limit on this?
We don't have that in the plans, but we would prepare signage similar to the ones that are on the current Ojai Valley Trail that specify whether the speed limits and what types of motorized vehicles are or are not allowed. So those aren't reflected on the plans, but we would include that probably at both the beginning and the end of the stretch of Maricopa.
And do we have a speed limit posted on the existing Class 1 bike trail right now that we have in the city, in the county shared trail?
It's not there's no speed limit posted for the bicycles, but the signage talks about what type of motorized e-bikes are and aren't allowed. Essentially the ones that can go over a certain speed are not allowed, but there's no speed limit other than that.
And I read in one of the, I think it's John Lamar sent in quite a few comments, which I enjoyed reading. But one of his lines he had, true active transportation user. Does anyone know who that is or what that term is? It's the first time I've heard it.
What did you?
I know. I read the comments you're referring to. I read it to mean people that are actually using bicycles as to replace vehicles or in place of vehicles, which again I think is maybe the category that Councilmember Francina mentioned, that would continue to use the street if you were planning to if you were solely looking at this as high-speed transportation options, you'd have the option of using the street. So.
Okay, I'll say the other things I have to say about that are comments.
And it's not excuse me if I could just jump in here, it's not a legal term that we're familiar with, at least. So just to add that.
Okay, thank you, Effie. Souza, question on this slide?
Well, so Vincent, I agree with your comment about cars yielding for bicycles. I think that's what you said. I mean, it would be up to the car to pause if we could have signs that say cars must yield for pedestrians and cyclists. I mean, I feel like there's going to have to be an educational component with this, but I'll save that for my comments. But yeah, we could have signage.
And yes, that is typical. We've introduced that on other projects where we have driveway location. We've added additional signage to alert the drivers that that the cyclists have the right of way.
Okay, thank you.
Effie, do you want to say something? Your hand's up.
No, sorry, I forgot to take it down after the true active transportation comment.
Randy, another question?
No, I'm sorry, Mira, I'm going to take it down too. Thank you.
Okay, all right, let's keep going. Alma.
Okay, so continuing to make our way toward Cuyama/El Roblar. What we see here is the continuation of the Class 1 bike lane all the way to the end of the project limits, and an ADA curb ramp improvement at the west corner of El Roblar, highlighted in fuchsia. We have the slip lane that allows vehicles to pull over and emergency vehicle access throughout. On the north side, we have the Class 2 bike lane, as well as on-street parking elements. And that concludes what we have to show for our slides.
Bill, question, and then Randy.
Alma, what is the width of the slip lane on the north side?
On the north side, you're talking between the parking spaces and.
Yeah, the area for cars to pull over if needed to provide for emergency vehicle passage.
Yeah, I believe that's 4 feet. Well, actually, you know, I'm looking at the plans. I think it varies a little bit in a couple areas. I think it's 4 feet in some areas and 3.5 feet in others. But
Well, is it the parking area that is the slip lane?
Yes, that's what I was going to refer to. The parking lane well, originally it was the bike lane that was intended to be a part of the slip lane for the Class 4 bike facility. So the intent here is the parking lane would be the slip lane on.
So where the proposed bollards are is also considered the slip lane in this plan?
Yes, and the proposed bollards are going away per, I think, previous direction.
That's just a question. We'll get back to that on deliberation.
Okay. Question, Randy, on this slide?
Yeah, there used to be a left turn lane when I was driving up north on the 33, and I passed the entrance into the high school. Is that left turn lane still intact, or did you guys remove it?
There is a left turn lane at Church, I believe, but the one that you're seeing here, I believe this is in front of the Meadows. There's an existing driveway, and that was directed by Caltrans to close this left turn movement. Or I guess it's a U-turn. It was a left turn into, there were left turns into an unused driveway approaches.
Yeah, I thought the left turn lane was the left turn. Is that here into the church, the Catholic church there? Is that what I see here?
Yeah, that's this left turn. And then I think this is that old kind of abandoned driveway that we all see.
Right, and so the left turn was right there and we've removed it.
The left turn is still there, although I don't see the arrows. But I believe the left turn is still there. I'm not sure. All right, I believe even the plan is to include that left turn, but I'm.
Well, the question is, because that used to be the bypass when there were 2 lanes on the north side. Now there'll be 1, there probably won't be any bypass. So, so when we're backed up making a left into the high school and there's 1 row of cars behind it, doesn't matter if that left lane is in there. I was just wondering if it was going to remain.
So there used to be a left turn lane here going into nothing other than this little abandoned driveway. And there was a left turn going this way. And those have been removed from this design.
Yeah, actually right at the church driveway, or the St. Thomas Aquinas driveway, there is an existing median there. I guess I misspoke when I said I thought there was a turn lane there. So there's an existing median, but when we talk about the parking lot option in a moment, we were going to suggest consideration of adding a left turn there if we proceed with the parking lot option. So,
Bill?
Yes, it was my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that wasn't it true that we did some increasing of the left turn pocket for northbound turning left into the high school?
Yeah,
that's correct.
The left turn at Church has a added pocket to it for more vehicle capacity.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You mean a longer lane? Is that what you're saying?
A deeper pocket. Yeah. Longer lane. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Vincent and Alma. We're ready to move on to part 3. I'm sorry. You have a question, Susan? Go ahead.
You call those in slide 47? Do you call those diagonal stripes? The skip lane.
Mm-hmm.
No parking. Is that mandated to be like that? Could it just stay no parking? The reason I ask is because I do anticipate bicycle commuters going quite fast, using that skip lane, no parking lane, doesn't, I mean, it just, I guess that you can get used to anything. It just would be a little bit more clear if it's for bicycles, if it just said, I guess you couldn't put a bike lane there, huh? If it got real busy down the road.
Yeah. Yeah, for us, because of the focus on the emergency vehicle access, we wanted to clearly mark it so that people don't block it or possibly impede the emergency access. So that's why we show it that way. It doesn't have to be shown that way, but I do think if we didn't show it, there'd be confusion about whether there was 2 lanes or, what people are supposed to do. So it was also intended to try to make it clearer to people that it's 1 lane. So
yeah, but anything of that nature could be changed if because we have to look to the future. 10 years from now, how many this whole scenario is going to look different than it does today.
Yeah.
So maybe someday we'll own the highway. Who knows? Then we could have that first option, that first bike lane.
Let's move on to the 3rd section, the parking lot. Any more questions on this? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so moving on to the proposed parking lot option. So we met with the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy to discuss this proposed parking lot option. We do have preliminary approval to construct this off-street parking lot that's capable of accommodating approximately 22 vehicles. Ojai Valley Land Conservancy did provide some, I guess, a wish list of the elements that they wanted to see incorporated into this bike lane. And those elements include bike racks, trees to hide the parking lot from the adjacent church. They also wanted the parking lot surface to be made of permeable pavement, and they wanted a separate multi-purpose trail to connect into the existing Meadows Preserve so that people don't walk through the restoration area. So we've added this into the design. The rough estimate to construct this parking lot is estimated to be at $160,000. In addition to this parking lot option, there is an option to add an entry through the center median that would require a minor reconfiguration of that center median. And if we chose that option, it would require removal of 2 oak trees that are currently there, which can be mitigated by planting 2 new trees further up along the same median. And those are shown in green on the same center median. The black ones are the ones that are existing. The 2 red ones on the median would be removed. So that alteration to the center median would add another $70,000 to the total construction cost, bringing the total estimated construction cost to $230,000. And if City Council directs staff to proceed with developing this option, we would investigate additional grant funding opportunities that could be used to pay for this project.
Souza, question?
Yeah, Alma, I'm not familiar with those 2 trees, those 2 oak trees. Mm-hmm. Are they, I don't know the size. Can they be put into planters and replanted? Are there any options with that? Or are you saying we don't have to do that? We can choose a different design that doesn't involve removing. Are they 2 mature oaks? What can you tell us more about the trees?
So I'm not an arborist, but looking at it in the street view and from what I have been told by other arborists is that oaks don't do well when transplanted, not at that age. If I can pull up a street view, I can show you what it looks like.
Uh-huh.
Let me see if you bear with me 1 second.
You want to share your screen? Almost.
Yeah, but I have to pull it up first.
I'll note while almost pulling that up. Obviously, the two main obstacles are the cost and then the potential to add the turn lane. We'd have to remove the 2 oak trees. On the positive side is the Land Conservancy and the city have talked about adding several trees in that lot that is otherwise pretty vacant right now. There's a couple of existing trees, but we'd be able to add some trees in. And then second is that there are a lot of grants coming out aimed at these types of projects. We've already talked to the Land Conservancy about a couple that are coming out. So it is something that I think has a good chance of getting some funding. And I think for the Land Conservancy, I think there's a thought and a hope that this potentially could be a big improvement for them long term, where instead of people having to park on the street and kind of figure out where to go there, that there'd be a clear parking lot with the trail connection built right up to the parking lot, and it would be kind of a fresh configuration for them that I think would actually do a lot of good long term. So. And I see Alma's pulled it up, so I'll hand it back to her.
Okay, so the 2 trees that I indicated with the red X are the ones that would require removal if council were to choose a modification of that center median to allow for a left turn entry into the church's driveway, or that little driveway right there. That would allow people traveling northbound on Maricopa Highway to access that little parking lot, as opposed to just being able to enter southbound or going around through to where the hair salon is located.
Randy, question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm getting some water. Who's paying for this? Is this a joint venture?
So as proposed, the city would be proposing moving the parking off of the street and onto the land, that little patch of the Land Conservancy's property. So the proposal would be that the city would find the funding for it, and we could make it contingent on finding a grant if that's desirable, but the city would find the funding for it. At this point, we have not asked the Land Conservancy to contribute. Since they're
why James, thank you. Why I asked that question is I had one more question about funding. You said that I thought we had 3.5 million. Originally, we needed another 1.5, and that Gray Grant had found that. And that gave us the $5 million to do both projects and actually to do everything that we had wanted to do. And then earlier this evening, you said that we didn't have the additional grant money. And now we're looking at another $230,000 technically of grant funding. So am I correct in those statements?
So we have funding for everything in the design currently in the design. And when I say designs, I mean the Maricopa and Ojai Avenue designs that we just walked through. We don't have funding for the proposed parking lot, and we don't have funding for the lighting that was to be added. And both of those, when they were discussed, we identified that we would need to find grants to fund those. So okay, those two are still pending.
Thank you.
Bill, question?
Yes, is not there a gate at the entrance from Harem into that driveway that's under the control of the church?
There was not when I drove that section.
I think you might have missed it. There's a gate right. You may not have seen it. It's right at that corner where the driveway comes in and the road comes in from El Boulevard from Harem. There's a gate there. Not closed very often, but there is a gate. So just a point that's relevant to the issue of the left turn pocket, I believe. It's a bar gate.
Okay, Randy, you have a question?
I had one more question.
But not there, down at the other end.
Sorry, Bill.
So people can access through here and get to the parking lot.
There's a gate there, right there, at the end.
Right here?
Yep. It's not often closed, but there's a gate there.
Ah, okay.
This is an old view. The bar gate. Okay, thank you. It's a church parking lot, not a public road.
Okay, Randy, question?
That my last question. It looks like we're going to move on to let the public comment. At the end of the bike route on the north side, there's a sign that says "End of the bike trail." Are we getting rid of that sign? Is that by law? Someone help me, Vincent. Is that we have to have a by law? The bike lane ends, and we got to post a sign.
Yeah. You do.
Yes, are you referring to the end of El Robar?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, Susan, question.
Two questions. One related to what Randy just said. At that point, could we have a share the road sign? At the point where it says, you know, bike lane ends, so that there's an understanding. I mean, that's what other cities would do. You would have some indication that bicycles still have the right to continue.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that would prohibit us from adding a share the road sign.
Yeah, I think that's important. And then my other question, Alma, is do we have to make a decision tonight whether to have that turn that into the driveway, into the proposed new parking lot that requires the removal of those 2 trees? And can you find out a little bit more? How long did it take for those trees to grow that? I mean, I'm reluctant to remove the trees, but I realize we might have to. But do we have to decide that tonight?
I don't think we have to decide it tonight. And I can look into the age of the trees and get more information on that and bring it back.
Okay, thank you.
Right, yeah, Maricopa, we're at 35% design. We want to get feedback and then move aggressively towards 90%. But we'll have opportunity between now and then to look closer at that at the parking lot questions. So.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Alma and Vincent, for all your hard work and dedication, so many details. So we're very appreciative. And let's move on to public comment, please.
Anyone in the Zoom meeting who would like to speak, please use the raise hand function now. And we have 3 people. The first person is Lynn Francis J. And where'd she go? Whoops. So I'm going to come back to her because her hand went back down, but we have 3 other people now. So Megan Bergquist, you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself. You can go ahead. There you go.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members and staff. I so appreciate your service. I love Ojai, and I love that it's a town. And though I know it's legally a city, it still has that magical feel of a small town. And I know that many of us who live and visit here were drawn to Ojai initially because of that small town rural feeling. And it seems though that curb extensions make Ojai feel like a city rather than a small town. And they also reduce the safety for cyclists because they force cyclists to move towards vehicles in the travel lanes. And I just want Ojai to hold on to the charm and allure that so many of us love. I drive along Ojai Avenue regularly, and the flashing beacons work because they warn me far in advance that the crosswalk is in use. Therefore, I support flashing beacons at crosswalks, but do not support curb extensions. I also support the Class 1 bike path along Maricopa Highway as I feel safer riding my bike outside of the roadway. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Megan.
And next we have, it just says John's computer. So I'll bring him in. If John, if you can give us your full name when you come in for the minutes, that would be helpful. And you can go ahead and speak now. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, good. Well, I fell asleep twice during this, but I woke up just for the right time. Just kidding. I just want to thank everyone for all the long effort that's going into this. It's been a long time, and it's really great to be at the place where we're talking about some of these details relative to, you know, how we're going to make this feature, you know, better. I have some concerns. I've written some stuff recently for everybody to read, and I have some concerns about mixing dogs, people, kids, people who are in a hurry, all together on one limited surface. And, you know, maybe it could be great. You know, maybe it'd be wonderful and recreational and so on. I kind of have a vision for the town to be a lot more people using active transportation type concepts to where they're going and how they're getting there. And so I'm kind of looking at the future where Ojai has evolved to where there's a lot more people on bikes. And if you go to cities in the world where this is the case, they really have to do, you know, separation in certain areas. I have concerns about, you know, the crossing of vehicles out of driveways and parking lots and businesses. And I have some concerns about the trees, but looking at more of the detail that I wasn't able to see before, it looks like some of the tree work is probably going to be mitigated with some of the large eucalyptus trees there. I think that those trees that were mentioned being moved in the median could be boxed up. I don't think that they're too big for a company that knows how to do that. We have a local person right here in Ojai who's an expert at that, and they can move pretty big trees. I'm a horticulturist, so I've moved some big ones. But please take into consideration that there might be some modifications to this design that would work better. And that's really what I'm asking it for, is for us to really look thoroughly into this so that we get the best design. And to me, that would be whether we would figure out a way to separate the people who are trying to move a little bit faster in this area than the recreational users and the people who are just sort of walking their dogs and so on. Thank you again for all your great work.
And can you give us your last name for the minutes?
Lamar.
Lamar, okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
And next we have Anita. I'll go ahead and bring her in. Anita, if you can give us your last name for the minutes, that would be great. And please unmute yourself and you can go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, but you can't see me.
Correct.
Okay. First of all, I heard rumors that the eucalyptus trees would be taken out alongst that area. I do not advocate that. I hope you address that. I would like there to be speed limit sign for bikes and cars along that area. We can't have cars going fast there. And the I'm assuming that one class 4, whatever you're calling it, has two-way bike traffic. If that's correct, please let me know. And it's important that it be designated as that. There should be multiple signs along the way reminding people if they're turning in from different distances that that's what that is. And also various intervals along the way. It's very important in every block to have a bike sign and some, you know, different color like the green, so that you have a lot of out-of-towners here who don't know this. And it's really important that people be alerted to this. I love the work you've done. I love the double lane idea. I love the parking lot idea. It's so great to see really some thought and revision of the plans. I know it's been a real headache. And so I really appreciate all the effort that you're putting into this. Let's see what else. Oh, downtown in front of the Libby Park, there are kind of diagonal lines which are supposed to designate motorcycle parking, but the sign right next to it is facing the street. Anybody pulling up there cannot read the signs. I talked to somebody in the city about it. They said it's Caltrans or something, but that sign needs to be visible. People are parking there and they're not supposed to. So that's another side thing, but let's see. I think signage, miles per hour for cars and bikes, and clear designation that it's not just for bikes, it's for pedestrians all along the way. Thank you very much for your hard work. I am concerned about the trees being moved closer to the stop sign because I know accidents tend to happen at intersections. So we have to be sure that there would be really good visibility there. Thank you very much for your time and effort, and I'm looking forward to this new setup. Thank you.
Can you give us your last name for the minutes?
Hendricks.
Hendricks. Okay.
H-E-R-I-C-K-S, Anita.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you.
Okay. And next we have Lynn Francis J. And I'll go ahead and bring her in. Lynn Francis J., you can go ahead and speak. If you're muted, please unmute yourself.
Hi.
There you go.
Sorry, I disappeared before I lowered my hand too quickly.
No worries.
I live in Termina, and I've been here over 40 years. And so I'm really familiar with Maricopa Highway. First of all, I'll say that you folks have trapped us in at 3:30 in the afternoon. We can't get out of our neighborhoods behind there because with one lane of cars, we just never get a break. So we're pretty much trapped in our neighborhood while school's getting out. And unfortunately, the tests that you did were when there were no students in school. The traffic tests were when there were no students in school, and now that there's students in school, it's really not fun trying to get out of our neighborhood at 3:30 in the afternoon. So I'm completely opposed to losing one of the lanes, but I know that that's a moot point at this bit right now. What I will say is regarding the bicycles and people, then I raised my kids on the Ojai Valley Trail. They learned to ride their bikes on the trail. You know, we walk, we run, and there has never been a problem with bicycles and strollers and dogs and people sharing the space. The idea of 20 bicycles going by at one time is unrealistic. So I'm in support of that design. When it comes to the pop-outs on Ojai Avenue, those won't really slow people down who are gonna go fast no matter what. Flashing lights get people's attention. Flashing lights let people know, yes, you have to stop. What happens is people become familiar with the fact that there's that pop out there and they just keep going. I think I got disconnected.
Oh, we can hear you.
Okay. But if there's even people who become accustomed to the road, when they see a flashing light, realize, oh yeah, there really is a person, I have to pay attention. So I think flashing lights are gonna save, we're talking about saving lives. We're gonna save a whole lot more lives with flashing lights than with curb extensions. That's all I have to say. Thank you for the project. I understand the value of, transporting ourselves some way other than cars. And I love Ojai. Thank you for everything you do for it. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
And next we have Bill Miley. Mr. Miley, you can go ahead and talk. There you go.
I am here, thank you. I continue to support both the sections of the project. I have a comment on Ojai Avenue. I read the statement about biking from Signal to Montgomery, share the lane with at times bumper to bumper cars. I can't see a family with little kids doing that. I think that's the weak spot in the Ojai Avenue project. travel through the arcade. The proposed shared use section to the arcade doesn't seem safe. It could be modified some by narrowing the middle island, the median, width and adding width to each of the bike lanes. The risk of having vehicle doors opened into a bicyclist path, in my opinion, is really high, with huge possible damages. I even wince thinking about that. Here's another solution. Rather than walking your bike on the sidewalk, remove Libby side parking. We really should remove parking on the south or Libby side and make a bike travel safe and fun. Giving up 12 spaces or so would be okay. The city should then provide 10 to 12 spaces on South Montgomery or South Signal. Why are we letting vehicle parking in our richest image area of the city? It dominates our central city. Look at it as if you were a drone. Vehicles don't buy our products or food. They don't enjoy the environment. They wait for somebody to move them someplace else. Give them a nice shady area down Signal Street or Montgomery where they can park. Maricopa Highway, it's a must. You've got to get rid of those 4 lanes. It's a dinosaur. The bike path, it looks really great. It's so small I couldn't read it. So that sounds good. Remembering the several tragic deaths of folks crossing Maricopa, it needs to be made much safer. Reducing vehicle movement speed is a must. Reducing speeding is a must. Adding safe patches for those now and in the long-term future is a yes. Walkers, bikers, joggers, horses, skateboarders, and vehicles. I urge your council to continue refining the ATV project. I like what's evolving, and please consider getting rid of the parking on the Libby side of Ojai Avenue and turning the arcade into a fun, relaxed area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else?
We have one more. Renee, no last name. I'll go ahead and unmute you. If you can please go ahead and you can speak, and if you can also give us your last name for the minutes. Renee, if you're there, if you can go ahead and talk.
Hello, this is Renee Roth. Thank you very much for addressing what has been a very confusing process. It's been difficult to watch the process go from one manager, such as Greg Grant, who I know was working very diligently on bringing all these funds and money and grants to the city, and then kind of having to switch gears. I can see how it's been difficult, and I'm just hoping that all that grant money that I know they worked so hard to get is secure, can be secured for the future, and is not something that's going to be lost because of all the changes and the decision making that had to go about getting back and getting Caltrans to review things. The one thing that I really feel is missing is a connection with the school district. In my opinion, in order to get the kids riding the bikes to the schools, we've got to get the school district on board and able to review and get their input into the process. I know that those turnarounds that are going to be removed are something that some of the parents use to turn around and get going the other way to drop their kids off, because there's only one entry point and one exit point for cars that are backing up, dropping their kids off, which has been a big complaint in the past. I think you need to have those extra turnaround points to give parents a chance to turn around, drop their kids off and go back into Ventura to go to work. So I don't think that that's a good idea to remove those. I think understanding the traffic flows and working with the school district is an important part for the success of the project. And it feels like it's been not talked about and kind of a second, you know, they get a glance at it afterwards. And I think they have good ideas and I think they should be considered. I know they wanted to have a lane where their teachers could get into the school as they're coming up from Ventura to not have to, it gets very confusing them trying to get into the queues to park as well. So to me, those are things that still need to be worked out. There's hopefully time, but I'd like to see them get on board and have a bicycle safety campaign that's coordinated with the schools to make this a success. Thanks.
Thank you, Renee.
And that no further people have raised their hands.
Okay, thank you, Gail. All right, we'll move on to discussion.
Oh, Mayor Sticks, we did have, just as you said that, one other person raised their hand.
Okay.
This is Kathy Nolan. Kathy, if you're there, you can go ahead and speak. Please unmute yourself. Kathy, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good. Sorry for the delay. I was trying to do the hand earlier and anyway, I had a little bit of an issue, but here I am. Yeah, my name is Kathy Nolan, as she mentioned, and I've kind of been off and on active with this project probably from the get-go. And I first of all wanted to thank staff and all the council members for all of the hard work that you've been doing on this. I know it's kind of morphed in many different directions, but just a couple comments that I did want to make, just to kind of remind us all, you know, the reason behind this grant is for greenhouse gas emission reduction, and by providing safe alternative multimodal transportation, specifically for pedestrians and bicycles, and then also for tree planting for carbon sequestration and, you know, to cool our environment. So just keep that in mind. I understand some trees may have to get removed, but protect what we do have. And if we do have to take some out, please mitigate. I know you're not considering this and it may not be very popular, but I would also add to consider allowing parking on Ojai Avenue between Ventura and Cañada. We continue to have issues with the lack of parking, or so-called lack of parking in the city. I'm saying this as a planning commissioner as well. And that is a place where we could add some parking. Another thing for the area between Signal and Montgomery, I know that the width of the right-of-way is not as wide as the other areas. I completely understand that. And there's not enough room to add a bike lane on either side. But a very simple thing, and maybe you've already considered this, is to add a fog line or an edge line on the end of the travel lane or the edge of the travel lane, so that even if you had a share there, it's just a little bit more of a street and a demarcation, a little more of a visual cue for bikers. But as long as the speed is regulated and stays slow in that area, despite, you know, all the cars that go through, I find myself always feeling very comfortable riding a bike through that area. And also on Maricopa Highway, it's really about getting the speed reduced, ideally through design or by design, but if needed, if the speed limit could get lowered. And it's sad to miss the southbound lane that was going to be on the street. If possible, consider a class 2 bike lane on that side as well. And part of the reason I'm saying that is I don't always ride the bike trail because of the conflicts I've had with other users, and I'm all in support of all the other users, but if I need to get somewhere and I'm traveling for work or what have you, I tend to not use the bike lane. So having both options is a good way to go. And think to the
Thank you, Kathy.
No further speakers.
All right, we'll move on to discussion then. Souza.
can we divide the discussion into Ojai Avenue and then Maricopa so that it's not all mixed up?
Okay, let's start with Ojai Ave.
Okay. So what's that noise? There's a very strange noise. Okay, it's gone now. I don't want to be the first one. I'm going to wait.
Okay, Bill, Ojai Avenue.
I think we all have agreed that the deletion of the crossing at the west end of El Paseo needs to be corrected. The pedestrian crossing, we all agreed needs to be there.
Yeah.
So that, if we're just talking about discussion, that's item 1 for me that I hope we all have an agreement on changing. I have a question on my original point about lighting. I noticed that the plan here in part 1 has the rapid flashing beacons added at west of South Montgomery there at Ojai Pizza. And I assume that's what that is. And also at the arcade in the middle there at Libby Park in the arcade. So we're adding the rapid flashing beacons, but not including the lighting. In my experience, and I'll give you an example of Park Avenue's flashing beacons, where we don't have good street lighting, is that even with the flashing beacons, people are used to saying, okay, if I see somebody, I know I have to stop. But if I don't see somebody, I just slow down or keep going. And if you literally don't have enough lighting with someone wearing dark clothes to really see somebody, it's a problem. And I just want to highlight that issue. I also want to point out that in the past, when remember a couple times in the past we've added things to those crosswalks, we've had kind of an outcry from citizens in terms of street level things, and I just wonder whether something more innovative than the flashing beacons at those two would be more effective and less stimulating of debate, among our citizens for aesthetic reasons, in terms of some sort of signaling device for lighting to go on, which might have the same effect and be more effective than just the flashing beacons that are currently in the budget, or possibly add lighting to the flashing beacon power that would have to be brought out to handle that. So I just want to point out that I think we do have a consensus on El Paseo, and I remain concerned about the safety of downtown pedestrian crossings with just the flashing beacons.
Randy.
My biggest concern is the immediate downtown corridor, from Libby Park. We have a crosswalk there that just is not lit up well enough. Then we move down to Montgomery north and south. And the fact that I know myself, I've almost hit 3 people there. If we don't do something better than what we're initiating right now because of lack of funds, we need to find the money. But getting pedestrians from one side of the road, one side of the street to the other, especially on the Ojai Avenue, should be paramount. It should be the #1 thing that we want to do. So I think as we prioritize, James, that we need to look at that and recognize those might come before curb extensions or things of that nature, and just try and rationalize where that money and how you're going to spend it. But having a curb extension doesn't do anything for anyone who can't walk across the street because they can't be seen or it's not lit properly. So we just have, I think we can do better than that. I don't know how we lost the landscaping island coming at the Kenyatta corridor coming down, because to me, that's probably one of the most, I don't know how many accidents we've had there, but I know that we speed more coming down that slope than we probably do anywhere in town. And I'm just surprised that we haven't done anything in this lane reduction and narrowing of streets for bicycles, that we haven't thought about how we're going to slow people down at that intersection as they come downhill. So I think that that is something that our engineers need to look at. And I think that's all I have for this side. I do have plenty of comments and some very disappointing comments regarding Caltrans later on.
I go ahead.
Go ahead, Susan.
Okay. Well, I agree with all of Bill Miley's comments. I believe that the stretch along the arcade from Signal to Montgomery is the weak point in this plan. And I look forward to the day when we can remove the parking on Libby and have additional parking on South Signal, on South Montgomery. So because until we make it, it's that stretch is fine for Kathy Nolan, myself, and seasoned cyclists. We have no problem, but we have to face the reality that until we fix it, we're probably going to continue to have conflicts between pedestrians and families riding on the sidewalk. I see it all the time. Visitors, kids, they are going to, they don't want to go, if they're not, they either have to walk their bike, which really isn't fair. And a lot of them are still going to keep riding down the arcade and the sidewalk in front of Libby Park. You see whole families coming down Signal Street at the drugstore, and they just keep going. If the light is green, they'll keep going. They'll ride their bikes across, and then they keep riding their bikes on the sidewalk into Libby Park. So my question is, if council isn't willing, or if Caltrans won't allow us to change all that with this design, it can still happen down the road, correct? Am I correct? If we have the political will and the merchants' cooperation, it can still be done.
Yeah, I believe that Caltrans would be open to it if the city council and the merchants were on board. Yes, in the future.
Yeah, I just think that it's important, even if we can't do the ideal, that we have our eye on the future and what is making safety more important than anything else.
Yes, I would agree. Safety clearly is our #1 priority. So I'm so grateful to everyone who's worked on this, because that is our goal. And the one thing I hear about Ojai Avenue over and over again is people don't like the curb extensions. We had 7 comments about that, opposing that. And so it'd be great to look into, do we really need them? Are they too urban for a small town? And, they are dangerous for bicycles. So that's my question.
I think I hear a consensus to, we had removed from, what was it, 19 curb extensions to 9, but I think I hear a consensus to try to work with Caltrans and the designers to remove more and replace with lighting in its place as possible. So we'll do that.
Thank you, James. Anybody else? Ryan, you want to speak? Go ahead, Ryan.
I think it's pretty obvious that if we're going to continue down this path of having this massive curb extension all along Maricopa Highway, that is really the impetus of having all these problems. where I've yet to see one of these paths anywhere else that was up on a curb like that. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it being in the road.
Mayor, we're not on Maricopa yet. Are
Well,
we?
No,
I wanted to, hold on, Souza.
Okay.
If we're gonna spend all that money on Maricopa, there's a reason why we're short money on Ojai Avenue to do some of the other things we want to do, like the lighting, because it was said earlier that that wasn't built into it. And I'm concerned about how that might affect the parking as well. So I just want to, we can talk about one, but we can't talk about them in absence from the other. And the way the money works and the way we're spending money at this point is a lot. And if we want to do the parking lot, for example, which I think is probably a pretty good idea, we're going to have to cut something somewhere. And I think the lighting is not something I want to cut either. You know, Councilmember Wyatt brought up a good point. I do agree. It is difficult in some of those areas, and the flashing lights are great, but there is a concern about how well lit those areas are. And Bill, I just want to say, I think you said Park Avenue. I assume you meant Park Road. It would have been way cooler if we had Park Avenue and all. But that area down there, especially at night, where there are people that cross frequently, and not every crosswalk is is flashing either. I know we're gonna add a few, but it can kind of cause a dual effect. If somebody's not using it, or you don't see anybody and the light's on, because it happens, sometimes it's a problem. But I would prioritize that lighting and the parking, especially consistent with what Bill Miley said, to have the parking lot on the side over some of those other things. But I'm not willing to dip into the piggy bank as deep as it's going to cost us, given everything we heard today. I think we have to shave something off to get to where we want to
go. Randy?
It's interesting when we started this project, how many years ago, that it didn't even dawn on us until I think it was 2 years ago that we asked Greg Grant what it would take to do a light study for the downtown corridor. And we could never get that out of him either, because it wasn't something he wanted to do. That was my personal take on it. But again, if we were really looking at priorities in this community, as safety being number one, actually having a lighting plan and relighting that downtown corridor is something that we should have looked at a long time ago. I know we're not going to go backwards and do it now, but as Councilman Francina said, doesn't hurt to take another look at it down the road. But you can't see a lot of people walking those sidewalks in the evening, especially when they're trying to walk across the streets. It's just something that we're negligent in, and that we should have recognized was truly a problem.
Okay, let's Susan still on Ojai Avenue?
Yes. I agree with the comments, especially that crosswalk in front of Topa Brewery and the coffee shop. We need the light, prioritize safety in the crosswalks. But my other question is, what happened to the North Ventura crosswalk? I thought that was also, I know that when we were working on it with Greg, I had the understanding, I'm talking about a crosswalk on the mob shop side, because currently North Ventura Street is a major bike route. Lots of people go, but then when they get to the corner, they have to zigzag. They have to cross 3 times to get to Westridge. 3 times. They have to cross at the mob shop to the left, and then they cross again to the library. And then there's a very dangerous crossing because there's all these cars turning right at Westridge. Are you following me? Is that clear, what I just said? Bicycles have to cross 3 times. So my question is, what happened to the crosswalk on the mob shop side on North Ventura, so that people can go directly to Westridge, City Hall, and all of that?
So I'll pull this up because I don't know that I am following. So this is the added crosswalk, and so there would be crosswalks at each section of this intersection. So was there another crosswalk?
No. So I missed it. Are you saying that there is going to be a second crosswalk at North?
I think we have it listed as South Ventura in the staff report, but it's adding that crosswalk there in orange.
Okay, so that goes from North Ventura. Is that the mop shop side?
I believe so. I think Mop Shop is here.
And yes, it is. The library's kitty corner, mob shop's there. And
Okay.
that was one thing I was bringing up earlier when it was in that weird list I was bringing up where El Paseo wasn't.
Okay, so that's in. Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Other comments on Ojai Avenue? Just to reiterate, the curb extensions, they are what I hear over and over again, routinely disliked by our community. So thank you for looking at that. And one key point to keep in mind is that headlights are extremely bright now in terms of lighting. So that could be the lighting could be a red herring. Okay, this is still on Ojai Avenue, Randy and Bill?
Yeah, I don't know, Bill, if you were ahead of me.
Go ahead, Randy.
I'm just saying is do we just while we're here and we're done with this, do we want to give staff direction before we go to the other one? Because that's going to be a longer discussion.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Bill, you want to say something first?
Yes, I think adding the El Paseo crossing is direction. I think looking at reducing curb extensions to have funding for better lighting on these crosswalks, especially the downtown area, is direction. And I just think that's those are good trade-offs.
Okay. Any other direction? Randy, it's your hand.
No.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Let's move on to Maricopa Highway, please. Anyone want to start? Bill?
I'll give it a shot. First of all, I think there's a natural, well, first of all, I have a question that I forgot to ask earlier. Do we have a cost differential between concrete and asphalt for the Class 1 South proposed bike path?
No, we were trying to put that together, and it's complicated because one is measured in tonnage and the other is measured in linear feet. So we weren't able to put that together quickly. But asphalt would be cheaper than concrete. We just don't know exactly how much cheaper. So that would be one option to identify some savings. The flip side of that is that asphalt typically does require more maintenance than concrete, but I think it would be cheaper to install.
Well, one comment about that, since we're doing comments as well, is when you do have deterioration, concrete becomes harder to replace than grinding and resurfacing asphalt.
That's true.
And especially if you're around trees, the concrete will heave. And Randy has much more expertise than I have on this, and he may tell me I'm completely full of it, but that's been my experience dealing with commercial properties. I remain a supporter of the Class 1 concept on the south side because I think it flows naturally from the bike path, which would be the feeder for most of the bicycle traffic in that area. I'm a user of that area. The reason I also like I use the bike path and just go slow, even with my e-bike. And I find it much more comforting to just go from the bike path into that area when I at least once a week I'm in that area going towards the 5 Points. And I would not want to cross Maricopa Highway 2 more times coming off the bike path in order to go that stretch. So I think the shared use two-way Class 1 makes a lot of sense, both functionally and aesthetically. I think it works. I would like to explore the cost differential for the asphalt. But anyway, that's my feeling on that. And then going into the other area, I remain concerned about off-curb parking on the north side. I thought that we had deliberated on this as a council and decided that the off-curb parking didn't make sense on either side of the road. And I'm not sure if you really have an effective slip lane on the north side if you put bollards in. So I would say that we maybe need to take a look at not having that off-curb parking on either side. I thought we'd had that consideration, and that the community was pretty clear, and we were all clear that off-curb parking thing is a little strange on either side. But I could be wrong on that. I'm just giving you my opinion on that. And yeah, those are my only two comments on the. I have a comment on the parking lot thing, but those are my comments on the Maricopa Highway stretch. Thank you.
Okay. Randy and then Ryan.
Ooh, so I'm still obviously opposed to this whole debacle. That's what I'm going to call it. But I'm going to just share with you. I'm going to paraphrase Sydney Russell. Sydney? Help me out, Souza.
Russell Sidney.
So him and I spent an hour out there the other day, listening to his concerns and actually I wanted to see what he had to say regarding class 4 and class 1. And, here's the paper he gave me regarding class 1. Bikeways means all facilities that provide primarily for and promote bicycle travel. For the purpose of this article, bikeways shall be categorized as follows: bike paths or shared use paths, also referred to as class 1 bikeways, which provide a completely separated right-of-way designated for the exclusive use of bicycles and pedestrians, with cross flows for motorists minimized. So this is section 890.4 of the California Code on Streets and Highways, Division 1 State Highways Chapter, non-motorized transportation. So that's why I was asking Vincent, is this a class 1? Is this a class 4? What is this? Because we're trying to appease somebody, and I think we're trying to appease the three people that the three council members that want to push this through. And while we're appeasing them, we might be opening ourselves up to litigation if there's some type of an accident that occurs on this quote joint use bike lane. So I sure would like to have, I'll share this with the city manager, but I sure would like to know what the actual law is regarding this, because we have gone from one concept to another concept to another one. And then even tonight, I heard one more. Well, the true active transportation users aren't going to use the bike lane anyway. They're going to use the street because they can go faster and ride in bigger groups. That just, I was astonished when I heard that. It's like, so we're spending how many millions of dollars for this improvement or enhancement or whatever it's supposed to be. And then we hear, well, it doesn't matter. Most of us aren't going to use it anyway because we can't go fast enough. So that's an interesting point to bring up. That's and then I'm gonna paraphrase Russell. I mean, because this shocked me. We're standing right by the high school, and we're watching traffic backed up for close to 45 minutes. And Russell turns to me and he goes, "We're both looking north. We're both looking at the traffic. I'm kind of looking at the hills. I'm trying to take it all in." And he goes, "Isn't that a beautiful sight?" So naturally, I'm thinking he's talking about the mountains. No, Randy. Yeah, the beautiful sight was traffic backed up. And his rationale for that, when we talked about it, was, and like I said, I'm paraphrasing, the more congestion we can create, the more people will get out of their cars and actively choose another way of transportation. And I said back to him, I went, so you're expecting a mom or a dad to get on a bike and ride their child to school and pick them up and ride them home? So again, I had no idea what this was about until Russell educated me. And even then, I don't even think it's what it's about, because the groups of people that ride bikes for a transportation to into town, out of town, down the road, not weekend warriors, not people out recreating, they want a different bike lane. They don't want this one. But we're going to give them, you know, a $2 million bike lane for who knows why. So again, I'm shocked that I'm the only one that sees it as that. All of the money that we're spending, in addition to, then we're going to have a class 1 on one side, a class 2 on the other. They're going to dead end when they reach El Roblar. You guys, seriously, I'm just befuddled why you three think that this is a great idea, and I'm just lost on it. It doesn't fit Ojai. It doesn't look like Ojai. It won't act or serve Ohioans. So I'm lost. So when I was done with Sydney and getting his understanding, I had asked our city manager to have an on-site meeting with Caltrans official. Well, guess who got blown off by them? Now, why wouldn't a Caltrans official want to meet with a city councilman regarding safety-related issues on state highways in their town? I can tell you why, because they don't believe in this project. They're being directed by 3 people to make some ungodly and obscene decisions regarding this community. And it saddened me. It sickens me that an official from the state wouldn't want to meet with one of us as a representative of this community to talk about safety-related issues. For instance, the child that's on a 2-wheeler with training wheels, riding on this new bike path, and some guy on his B-bike going 28 miles an hour. How do we accommodate that? Well, again, paraphrasing Russell, well, that child shouldn't be on that bike lane. Now, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus, but seriously, I got a rude awakening to what this is all about, and it wasn't what I thought it was about. So unless someone can correct me on all of these motives, and someone can actually convince me that this is a win for the community, I can't support it, and I won't support it. And I think it's a waste of money, a huge waste of money. Thank you.
Ryan?
All right. Well, it's always fun going after that. Unfortunately, Randy, I agree with you, man. I'm kind of, I mean, look how we've been doing this for so long, and look how big a mess it was asking questions tonight. I don't even think we know what we're getting into. I don't think the public likes it. I think it's a horrible idea and a complete waste of money. I agree with so much stuff you said, Randy, and it's really disappointing. There's a couple of things. So let me get into the nitty-gritty, and I hate that it's taken so long, but this has got to get said. James, can you bring up, if you have access to it, some of the pictures? I got to show them. I got to look at them so we can all see what I'm talking about. First, when I get easy, the one in front of attitude adjustment. I mean, it looks awful. I mean, it looks like there's no room for human beings to exist there. And we have this idea that this is like the bike path. And I just want to say, for the record, this is nothing like the bike path. Even if it's asphalt, which I don't know how we would turn into asphalt, it's nothing like it. First of all, if there's 2 bike lanes like this, and there's somebody walking in one, and they got to go around them, they have to go into the other lane where people assume people aren't going. The bike path is kind of like everybody knows you don't go too fast. You have to kind of work together. There are no lanes delineated. You can go left, you can go right. If you're going where this guy in the yellow shirt is going, and there's somebody coming the other way, but there's a person walking in front of there in the hedge, there's nowhere to go. There's literally nowhere to go but out in the road. They're going to have to slow down, but they don't want to go into the other lane. Somebody could come out of a corner. It just is set up to fill. It's nothing like the bike path that is wide open. And you yell at somebody, hey, I'm coming by you. You go by them. There's not exactly a lane. And, it's never next to a road and a curb and a hedge quite the same way. And it feels much bigger. I mean, looking at how narrow that is with a pole there for the crossing, with somebody potentially standing there, it just doesn't have any of the feel of the bike path. And I think it's completely disingenuous to call it anything similar to it. And it looks horrible. I mean, that looks like an accident waiting to happen. If I had to walk from here to there, I would feel like if there were bikes coming either way, there was nowhere to go. I don't see how this is helping safety. And I mean, I've biked on this path forever. It looks worse. It looks more dangerous to me than it ever did when I had to ride it every single day when I lived behind bonds for 25 years of my life. That's the same way in front of Nordhoff. It's the same way everywhere else. So James, if you could put the one in front of Nordhoff where the decomposed gravel is now not allowed, we don't have anywhere for anybody to go. They're not going to walk in the 3-foot buffer. That's called a buffer because it's a buffer, not a walkway. This guy who's coming this way is already about to run into the tipped curb on his electric bike doing 25. There's no place for a person in the stroller. The person with the bikes we saw in the picture Susan sent today, there's nowhere to go. And what is not told about this, and James, correct me if I'm wrong, that path is already concrete. There's already a sidewalk there. But in order to build this one, they have to rip up the old one and pour a new one. Right? James, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So we're going to remove a perfectly good, perfectly wide curb. We're going to do all the construction to remove it. We're going to put all the dust and all the crap in the air to do that. And then we're going to put a new one in that is 16 feet wide, according to this, out to a new curb. And by the way, if you feel like you're running into somebody or somebody's a little narrow where you're going, good luck right here, because you are 3.5 feet or a hundredth of a second away from hitting a car that's turning right into that intersection. You can't go anywhere. That's why they put these on the road and put bollards up. I mean, that's why every one of these looks the same way, except the one we want to do for the most part. I was down in Santa Monica a couple of weeks ago. I purposely drove around a whole bunch extra. I took, traffic in LA is horrible. I went all the way through looking at all the different places I could about how they did it. All brand new asphalt streets, all bollards, didn't bother them. And it was one lane and clear and easy, and it looked smooth, and it looked like you got on it and you didn't have any problems. But we're going to rip up perfectly good curb to spend millions of dollars on a brand new sidewalk for this that nobody likes and is already horrendous. Now, James, you don't have to go to this picture, but on the other side, two of the parameters I said I will never support in this project are there. I agree with you, Councilmember Wyrick. I thought, and I had this question in kind of an argument with James saying, I thought we all got rid of the parking already. I thought we had no parking anywhere on the thing. Well, there's still parking on the north side. And I said, I don't want any parking, but especially there's not enough slip lane. You cannot get an emergency vehicle by. And they're saying, well, the slip lane's a parking. Well, it's not an emergency. There's parking there. You can't necessarily get past everyone. So I don't know how these things are still in this, but that is completely unacceptable. I mean, that is dangerous as heck. And I don't believe that if we had a sample of cars parked there, that emergency vehicle travel would work. I don't know where people would turn off. If there wasn't parking available, they absolutely couldn't. If there was an emergency during the 4th of July, which we've had at Nordhoff before, somebody blew their hand off practically. I mean, those types of things happen. What are we going to do if we don't have a lane for them to go? This doesn't meet those very simple parameters we discussed previously that I thought would be in here. And let me see what else I have. I got way too many notes. Well, you know what? I think that might be it. Other than the last one, which is, I've heard council members in here say they don't want to pour concrete on the east end of Ojai because it won't look rural anymore. This is a most wide open spot of Ojai, laying this much concrete in a broad, what's going to look like a sidewalk in Hollywood Boulevard size is ridiculous. And we have to destroy a perfectly good sidewalk to do it, which is going to cost us oodles of money. And when it's all done, it's going to be less compliant with people who want to walk. I think Councilmember Fracina said, yes, the pedestrian should have first access here. It shouldn't be a problem where we're really putting pedestrians in harm's way by allowing bikes to feel like they have their own lane to travel as fast as they want. there's part of this that I can't even agree that makes anything safer anymore. It might make it a little easier to get from the bike path to Nordhoff, which is part of the goal. But most of the pedestrians and bikers are actually on the other side of town, on Maricopa Highway, and we're willing to pay extra money to do this in lieu of other safety concerns we have over there. None of that makes any sense to me. This is so far departed from where we started on this. And in part of these areas too, I mean, honestly, we have bikers riding into traffic with a 3.5 foot buffer lane. Thank goodness Caltrans has the foresight to not allow us to do what we wanted to do, or some of us wanted to do, of putting those bicyclists going the other way on exactly the edge of the curb with people going the other way. So this looks like a complete mess. And, you know, I don't want to be responsible for it, to be honest. I'm kind of where you are, Randy. I don't want to be part of this anymore. I think it's a travesty that's going to turn worse. And by the time somebody sees us pull up all that concrete, we're going to have to shut this entire road down for a couple of months to get all this stuff done. We're going to have to tear up a concrete for hundreds of yards and then replace it in something twice as big. I can't support any of this.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Randy. I'm going to speak now, and I appreciate your, yeah.
I didn't get my turn.
Okay. All right, I was going to say something, but can I go ahead?
Yeah. As long as
Susan, let Betsy go ahead. I had my hand up too.
Yeah, I got it, you guys. Okay, I just want to clarify one point. Contrary to false information that's being circulated in the community, the Class 1 bike path has the support and approval of Caltrans. Therefore, there's the funding for the ATP is secure. And in fact, Caltrans has said that they prefer the Class 1 bike trail. And here's why I support Class 1 outside the roadway design. Collisions between motor vehicles and cyclists often result in severe injury and sometimes death. A Class 1 bike path that is outside the roadway significantly reduces the chances of a motor vehicle cyclist collision along Maricopa Highway, due to the fact that for over 98% of the route, cyclists are far distanced and better protected from highway traffic by a curb, as well as seldom traveled cross-stripe emergency vehicle lane. Conversely, a Class 4 bike path is along the side of the roadway and lacks the added protection of the curb. The existing bike walking path through the Ojai Valley is a huge success. Cyclists and pedestrians have coexisted on this path for decades. On the Ojai Valley Trail, when cyclists occasionally encounter pedestrians, they briefly slow down and announce they are coming by on the left or right, safely passing the pedestrians and continuing on their journey. I have walked and ridden on this path for 20 years with my small children and elderly parents. It was always safe. We never had a problem. I never saw one either. There were no close calls, no accidents, just friendly collaboration between cyclists and pedestrians. And in fact, that path is 10 feet wide. And we have the 5 foot equestrian path. I've never seen anybody walk on that path. They were, you know, the two mingled peacefully, or they still mingle peacefully. Other than the 2 brief periods of time at school, the number of pedestrians walking on the west side of Maricopa Highway is very low. And I think that's a really important point. Therefore, in most cases, a cyclist will at most encounter 1 or 2 pedestrians along the route and pass safely per tradition. You know, we all drive there. We don't see very many bikes or pedestrians. A cyclist who travels along the Class 1 bike path during the rare times that students are walking to or from school can simply slow down as needed. Conversely, with a Class 4 bike path where cyclists travel alongside the road, the number of times a cyclist travels in the roadway near a motor vehicle is much greater than a Class 1 bike path that is outside the roadway. Parents are much more likely to support students in riding their bike to school rather than traveling by car when most or all of the route traveled is a dedicated Class 1 bike path that's outside the road. Therefore, it's better for the health of our kids and our environment as more kids will travel on bicycles to and from school than on a Class 4 bike path. that is along the edge of the roadway. The class 1 bike path is better suited for families with children as they can safely travel outside the roadway, just as they've done along the Ojai Valley Trail for decades. And the class 4 in the roadway design requires Caltrans approved barriers between the highway and the cyclists who travel along the edge of the roadway. These barriers are unsightly and clash with and urbanize the otherwise rural character and expansive views of the mountains in the section of the highway near the Ojai Meadows Preserve. And according to the designer, the class 4 eliminates the emergency vehicle access. So that's a huge problem. So that's where I stand. And of course, the long-term plan eventually would be to coordinate with the school and the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy to make a walking path, which would be a great addition. So that this is one step forward as we move towards more bicycles, more pedestrians, making it better for everybody. And I continually go back to, do we want a fast bike lane or do we want recreation here? And I would say the vast majority of our population is looking for recreation, not to mention all of the visitors that we receive. Thank you. Okay, Bill and then Randy, or I'm sorry, Souza and then Bill and then Randy.
Can you pull up the slide again, James?
Sure. This one?
Yeah, the one, this shows the current plan, correct?
Yes.
Because the nice one where the bicycles and the pedestrians were separated was rejected by Caltrans. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can we look at that? Is it hard for you just to pull that up for a moment?
Oh, I can pull that up.
Yeah, if it's too hard, don't worry about it.
I can pull it up. I think it's up towards the front. So this plan, Caltrans headquarters stated that they couldn't support it. I did follow up with them and I tried to stress kind of the logic behind it. And there was maybe a glimmer that they may reconsider, but it's not likely at this point. So.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that at this point, Caltrans does support class 1, as Mayor Stick said, and the option of going back to class 4 is no longer viable. Is that correct?
Yes, and Vincent alluded to this when he spoke, that Caltrans' feedback was that they wanted vertical separation, which a curb provides, but a class 4 with a bollard does not provide.
Well, I think you should go back, and the one they rejected is my preference, and perhaps that could be part of the motion if Mayor Sticks and the other supporter agrees that this would be preferred if Caltrans permits it. Would you, Mayor Sticks?
You repeat.
If Caltrans would allow this, would you prefer this design over the all concrete one?
Oh, yes, of course, with a separate walkway, yes.
Okay, so that would be my first direction to council is that, to staff, is that we just try one more time, because the whole philosophy at Caltrans is changing, and there's no safety reason that I can see why they wouldn't approve this. I don't, but otherwise, I've had to make peace with the fact that there is no perfect plan, okay? Because we have a huge range of cyclists, and I do feel that it's more important to keep families and young children safe. So for that reason, I voted for the class 1 reluctantly last time. And I vote, I do anticipate I still want to have the slide up.
Okay, sorry.
I want to point out some things. Okay. And I think it's important to really look at what we're doing. Yeah, and you can, let's go to the one that Caltrans approved, just in case they go for that one. Okay, so I agree that this does not have the rural look that the other one does. I would have much prefer the other one. And I share I do anticipate that there could be, maybe not now, but in the future, because there are so many other alternative forms of transportation coming. There's scooters, there's not just child scooters, but there's older people riding scooters, and they're going to be using that. But I do think that this is better than, if we can make this work, and I believe that we can, if we can be courteous, if cyclists can be courteous, and if it's not, and if they want to ride, there's going to be times of day when it's safe for them to ride on the road, and there's going to, and I after thinking it through, it's true that the heavy pedestrian use is before and after school, but if I look to the future, this is not ideal, because I think as time goes by, there could be more bicycle pedestrian conflicts. And to me, the pedestrian safety is actually even more important than the bicycles going fast. So I'm going to support this plan with some reluctance, and with the hope that the designers can also look at the plan, at the separated, the bike lane on Hollister, that I wish we had a slide of that does separate bicycles and pedestrians. I mean, even if we can't do it, I think it's good to be aware of that, because as time goes by and Caltrans philosophy changes, which it has changed a lot over the years, maybe we can do more with this so that it's safer for pedestrians. My other thought is that as I look at this, I like that there is dirt on the right side. So, and maybe there's a way to have a dirt path, because just like we go around trees in Ojai with our cars, there's probably potential for a lot of pedestrians. If I was a walker with a dog and I saw bicycles coming, I wouldn't mind going around that tree, taking my dogs out of the way. So I think I think the problem areas are like Ben Franklin, and as you get toward Vaughn's, I mean, that probably needs some fine tuning. But I feel like the stretch from El Roblar to, I think it's Carrillo or Valerio, that first right turn into the housing behind Vaughn's, I think that's is pretty doable for both pedestrians and bicycles, with the understanding that bicycles can still ride on the street if they need to, and it's half a mile, so it's not that big of a deal. And let's see. Yeah, I wish we didn't have to do all. I wish that they would go with the first plan. It's just unfortunate. And are there qualities of I remember now that Bill asked about asphalt and versus concrete. I think there there is another kind of concrete that is, for want of a better description, it's not as polluting, and maybe there's different quality. Maybe there's something else we can do with that besides that kind of, you know, I don't know if Caltrans would allow another material or if that's even in the doable. So I don't know. But anyway, I don't think there is like a perfect plan. And this is right now probably the best we can do, especially since Caltrans is supporting it.
Bill and then Randy.
Quick question, and then I have a couple comments. James, Salma, Vincent, is the another difference between the prior and proposed is the yellow traffic stripe in the middle of the class 1 and proposed. It's not in prior.
Mhm.
Is that required by Caltrans?
I believe it is, but I'll ask Vincent to confirm. We had talked about trying to take it off and it came back. So I think it's because it's required.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure about that because that is another visual difference. And I didn't know if that was a Caltrans requirement or not. Just wanted to know.
And I heard Vincent start to answer there. So let me give him a second here.
No, I would just say, yes, that was the direction we received from Caltrans. And I will say we did push for the separated pedestrian and bicycle pathway and explained the different design bulletins that Caltrans standards require. And they still said that headquarters would prefer the class 1 multi-use path. And that's the direction we went. We I think we put up a good fight, to say the least, to Caltrans, and it went all the way up to headquarters for them to come back with that decision.
Okay, for the vertically separated class 1 that is labeled proposed and not prior.
Yeah,
and
correct.
I just wanted to be clear on that because I also know that Caltrans itself is under rapid evolution. I believe just a month or so ago, they adopted a new complete streets agency-wide set of guidelines that cleared up issues between different levels of Caltrans, that in fact, these complete streets principles are going to be adopted statewide from the top down. I think that's a relatively new, and maybe they haven't fully digested that, but I think you've done the best you can. But I would agree that the prior is preferred. I also want to say, before we get into things that we fundamentally disagree about, given across that divide, I do believe there is an agreement that we don't want off-curb parking and that we have provided previous direction across all 5 of us, that we did not want that off-curb parking anywhere. And that includes the north side. I think that's what we agreed on. I'm just trying to find areas of agreement here before we get into the areas that we fundamentally disagree with. Please, others, when I'm done talking, correct me if I'm wrong. But I agree. I think it's important to have that slip lane functional on both sides. And that's not a functional slip lane with bollards in it. Plus they're ugly, as Mayor Stick said. So I really think we need to look at that slip lane issue and that whole issue of off-curb parking and the danger that represents getting out of cars next to that lane. Okay. There was a lot of hyperbole. I got to say, that's all we can say in terms of the fundamental concept here, which I find interesting how in that discussion of how this is, words like travesty and everything, ignores some of the fundamentals that we've established clearly. 1, going to 2 lanes calms traffic. We know that unambiguously. We know that that's an important safety consideration. I don't know how that's even a matter of debate now, that going from 4 to 2 lanes calms traffic, period. And that's an important safety consideration in terms of calming traffic by design. I got to say, from what I heard from 2 councilmen earlier, frankly, it seems like a mentality that's still wedded to priority for vehicular traffic, motor vehicle traffic, over other modes of traffic, and not kind of fully processing the fundamental idea here, and that streets are not to be prioritized for motor vehicles. They are to be for multimodal. That's fundamental here. So we know that we have traffic calming by going from 4 to 2 lanes. That's unambiguous. We know that we're talking about the best way to adopt the principles of complete streets and multimodal. And another comment I would want to make is I don't care what Russell Sidney says. I have never been partial to the idea that, congestion by design is what we should be looking at here. We have done the studies, and the only congestion issue has to do with ingress and egress from the school parking lot. We also know by studies that is a lot of that, if not most of it, or overwhelming majority of that congestion issue on ingress and egress into the parking lot is mismanagement of traffic flows by the school district. We know that. And their lack of utilization of their proper utilization of their parking lot in terms of ingress and egress is what leads to that issue that you're talking about in terms of the backups on the school district. There has been a responsiveness in response to council direction on deepening that throat into the left turn lane. We know by studies that just by managing circulation, that a lot of that backup could be eliminated. And I think that we need to look at the fact that we seem to give the school district a pass that we didn't give to no other organization in terms of managing the traffic flows into and out of their area. I have looked at some drone footage of the congestion times with the school district parking lot, and there's vast areas of empty space while cars are being backed up onto Maricopa Highway because they don't manage that ingress and egress properly. And that's where we need to work with the school district. And the idea that we would give up the clear safety benefits of inherent traffic calming and enhanced multimodal design according to how Caltrans is going in terms of wanting that, stating that they want this idea of the vertical separation in class 1 because of an issue of management of the parking lot. I think that's the height of a travesty, frankly. So I think that, it comes down to it here. We know what we would like. We know what we want to go as far as that direction as we can. But the idea that we would go back to inherent higher average speeds and inhibition of enhanced multimodal, for, I think, basically a lack of imagination to move to what really complete streets mean, that is the real problem, everyone. And we need to stay the course and keep with this direction. I think it's very Ojai to be traffic calming by design and very Ojai to be enhancing people being comfortable and passing by and being able to feel inviting in terms of passage with pedestrians and bicycles. We can't get the prior design that we all want. I think that clearly the proposed is better than we have. So that's where I stand. That's my question and comments.
Randy.
Well, there's a lot to digest there, Bill. That was excellent. So I don't know where to start on that one, but I want to go back to Russell because I want to make sure he doesn't feel uncomfortable. I really like Russell. I think he's a smart man, and I think that he's done a lot to study this issue. So I don't want to throw him too far under the bus. But the other thing I noticed while I was with him is there were 9 people in the hour that actually rode a bike. 2 of them were kids. The other ones were adults. The kids were on the sidewalk. The adults were on the street. And these were adults not recreating. These were people, I believe, that ride their bike, you know, because they really want to ride their bike. So when we were talking about that, again, the question is, if we build it, they'll come? Is that the mentality of this? If we put a couple of $1 million into our streets and sidewalks and curbs and gutters, that all of a sudden we're going to change, and all of a sudden kids are going to be riding bikes to schools, and more adults are going to be riding bikes on this street? Because the question is, and the answer is, by studies, it hasn't. What have they improved? How many more people are using the streets since we did this god-awful demonstration? We haven't even tracked it. We don't even know.
Randy, could you please use a civil tone and language?
Yeah, I am. Thank you. So, like I said, where was I, Mayor? Oh, about the fact that we don't have any studies. We've spent how many hundreds of thousands of dollars to study that highway, and all of the information that we got back from that source was bogus, and our public works director knew it was bogus. You know, we talk about I was just telling you guys, I'm so sick of this, how much time we've wasted with Caltrans. Do you realize how many months? Where's James? James, how many months did it take them to get back to us to tell us that we couldn't use DG? How many months did it take for them to get back to us to tell us we couldn't do a class 4? You guys understand this? We have wasted so much time, so much energy, so much money. I won't even get into how much time James has spent, Greg Grant spent, now Alma is spending, plus other city employees on this boondoggle.
Plus me.
But I'm still lost for it. And, you know, let's get back to Bill's thing about this traffic calming, and, you know, you have to do it by design. You know what you do? If speeding was an issue, you put a police officer on the street and you write tickets. You know, this fallacy that you remove a lane and that will do it. Well, I was standing there with Russell, and I'm smelling all the fumes from these cars that are backed up. Oh, that, by the way, if the school board had taken a more active engagement, they would have rerouted those people in their parking lot, and we would have had them just sitting and smelling up the earth there rather than on the street. So I'm sorry that, you know, some of these arguments are just are out of touch. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this. There's a picture right there by the liquor store with 2 lanes in a reduced space. And I'm walking my children and I see a bike coming at me. Oh, okay, I'm going to do the smart thing. I don't want to get hit by the bike, so I move over. Darn it, I forgot about the guy who's riding his bike coming the other way that I didn't see. How do we accommodate that? We don't, because we're going to mix people on sidewalks with people on bikes. And I won't get into Susan's issue, her concern about if I'm walking my 3 dogs, because it's no different than if I'm walking with my children. They're precious, and they need to be thought of something of value, and they need to be in a safe environment. Now, let's get to things we haven't talked about in a long time. The ingress and egress of all of the businesses and all of the streets. Well, we were talking just on the Vaughn side. I don't know if we want to call that south or call it west, whatever it is. But you know what? There are 6 major points where traffic is going to be impacted by having this 2-lane bike lane going both ways. Now, let's flip it over. And how many problems do we have on the other side? Well, let me see. We got a hospital there. We've got dental office there. We've got other doctors' offices there. We got a veterinary. We've got, you know, think of all of the businesses that we have on that side of the street that now all of a sudden we're waving the magic wand, and you know what? You're not going to have any problems anymore. We've taken care of it. We got one lane, you know that, and we're just going to slow everyone behind you, and you go ahead and make your right turn. Oh, and if you need to come out and make a right turn and head north up the 33, you know, you just have to wait for the congestion. We'll get you out of there sooner or later. That's okay. You know, the whole idea of having a passing lane or an additional lane on a highway is not a bad thing. And you guys are making it out to be like it's the worst thing in the world. But you know what? Having the ability to pass a group of kids that are making a left turn into a high school while I go to work is not necessarily a bad thing. Or while I go to my doctor's appointment, or while I go get my blood tested, or while I go to church. Those aren't bad things. And we seem to be making this out to be good and bad or evil, and it's not. So I'm sorry, like I said, you're not going to win the argument with me about this, quote, reducing lanes and in creating safety. I'm just, you know, that's the boogeyman speaking. You know what? If we had a traffic problem there and a speeding problem there, we could solve it. I don't think we do. I really didn't, Mary, you're right. I really didn't want to get that worked up over it. But this is just tiring. It's really tiring. So as you can see how I feel about this and the people that I talk to, this is just not a good idea. I don't see how it's beneficial. It doesn't look like anything we have. It doesn't look like the Ojai Trail. I don't see 10 or 12 feet of asphalt and split rail railing on each side of this, do I? Don't think I do. So I don't even know how we can compare it to that. So good luck with it.
Bill and then Susan.
I'll tell you what's bogus. To say that you can depend on traffic calming by enforcement. If you look at anything in the literature, that's completely false. It's simply not cost effective. You can't cover everything. Traffic calming by design is more cost effective than traffic calming by enforcement. And hey, go to Orange County, you know, where you have roads that are inappropriately designed for traffic calming, and no amount of enforcement is going to correct for bad design or for design that doesn't accomplish traffic calming. So I've heard this argument before. Well, all you need to do is write tickets. It doesn't work. Read the literature. Look at the research. That doesn't work. Yeah, you're not going to get, and when you talk about, well, all the studies that we did in terms of counts of speeds, you know, all of that work, that's the first I've heard that just dismissing all of that data as bogus. I don't understand. I mean, if you're going to dismiss data and reports that were made to this council as bogus, well, they ought to determine exactly why is it bogus. That's the data that we got. That's the data that we collected that led to clear changes in patterns. There was additional bicycle use and there was less average speed, particularly at the high end. Now, if that data was bogus, I'd like to know specifically why it's bogus. But to the larger question of, oh, just write tickets, that look at any traffic engineering studies, look at any traffic engineering work, you cannot depend upon writing tickets as a sole measure of traffic calming. Traffic calming by design is what you see in the traffic engineering literature. So I just don't understand that argument except being wedded to a conclusion that 4-lane is better than 2-lane. And we know why that 4-lane was put in. And it wasn't done for traffic reason. It was done for the expansion of the freeways into the Ojai Valley. That's why that 4-lane is there. So I just don't understand the idea of depending upon writing tickets for traffic calming. That's just, it doesn't fit with any of the research into traffic engineering at all.
Sorry, Susan.
So just a gentle reminder that about 10, 15 years ago, Kathy Nolan Kelly Pasco, myself, I believe one other person spent 3 days riding the entire Ojai Valley with representatives from Caltrans. And I'll never forget the moment that we stood in front of Nordhoff watching the traffic, and they turned to us and said, and Kathy Nolan will verify this, she was there, you know, you could reduce these 4 lanes to 2. That was the first we ever heard of it. It is not something that we dreamed up on our own. So the direction, the recommendation for reducing to 2 lanes came directly from Caltrans. And those Caltrans representatives loved Ojai. Everywhere they looked, they could see a vision for a true model bicycle friendly valley. The entire valley connected with safe bicycle passage according to what's appropriate on the various, different streets. If your vision for the future is 4 lanes and continuing to make driving more convenient than the safety of bicycles, pedestrians, other forms of alternative, less polluting transportation, what you're going to have 10 years from now is the same kind of traffic congestion we already have, that other cities have. The lanes just keep filling up with more cars if you don't really seriously provide an alternative. So the vision for that that less than 1 mile stretch is really a family friendly, bicycle friendly, green. We're going to, what if there are issues and conflicts between pedestrians and bicycles, I believe we'll find a way to address it. The more I looked at that slide, the more I could see ways that we could address it. So I'm hoping that we can move forward tonight. Do we need a motion, or
let's just keep in mind the lane reduction is not on the table. We are reviewing the class 1 bike trail, your bike path at this point at 35%.
I was responding though to complaint about reducing the lanes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Randy and then Ryan.
So I just want to get back to this issue on traffic calming, because Bill and I will go round and round in circles on this, and that's fine. First of all, I don't ever remember that being part of the conversation as to why we were reducing the lanes, is that we had a speeding problem on that road. I don't ever remember anyone coming to the council complaining about it. I don't ever remember the police department coming to us saying you need to do something about it. So again, we can go round and round all we want. One thing that we can look at, one of the things that someone brought up earlier was the fact that we were supposed to make it more environmentally sensitive. Part of this fossil fuel reduction and the exchange of green leaf tissue, trees, plants, things of that nature, that's part of the exchange here. What have we done to do that on this stretch of the highway? Nothing. Let's be honest, nothing. So again, how does that play into this big picture? How do we respond to that as environmentalists? Well, we saved the ukes, well, darn it, because we don't have to put the walkway in. Again, we're going to put in 16 feet of concrete. Is it permeable? Nope. What's it going to do? Rain's going to hit it, going to go into the gutter. Where's it going to go? How do we capture it? Can't. Has anyone thought about maybe making sections of this permeable? Maybe we make the walkways, crosswalks, things of that nature permeable. Maybe we figure out how to be a little more environmentally sensitive rather than stating that we're just going to place 16 feet wide of concrete or asphalt. Hasn't crossed our mind, has it? Because that's not the goal here. The goal is to make some bike lanes. And the goal is to make more bike lanes. And the goal has nothing to do with the adverse impacts that we're going to be creating by doing all of this asphalt or concrete or all these new curbs or all these new gutters. or all these new bike lanes and all these new enhancements. They don't do a thing.
Ryan.
I was just going to move that we get to a vote, close the commentary period, and then move that we adjourn the meeting after this and continue the other two items. I just want to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. We do have one last section, the parking lot. Are we ready to talk about that? And then we, we won't do 5 and
Yeah,
6.
if that'd be fine, if we want to go to the parking lot discussion and then we get to motions, is that what you'd like to do, Mayor?
Yeah, that's what I'd like. Anybody want to discuss the parking lot? Bill.
I'm sorry, Ryan, I didn't mean to cut you off with raising my hand.
I'll just say, I mean, the problem with the parking lot is I don't know where we are financially at this point. And saying that we're going to pay for it and then we don't know if we're going to get grant money, it's impossible for me to support it. I support it in general, but I don't know where we are budgetarily, and I think that's a big deal. And I think it's impossible to answer the parking lot question if we just found out it's going to cost a couple $100,000, if not more, and they look for money later.
Bill.
Well, that's exactly what I would suggest, is that we, if we could agree on a design, then that becomes what you use to try to make grant applications with once you have a design that we're behind. So I would say that we understand that this is outside the grant funding, that we try to agree on a design that we could then use for grant applications. And I would urge the left turn lane pocket to be able to get into the parking lot directly, rather than having to traverse church property, which is just not a good design. So anyway, that's what I would hope that we could do.
Susan.
I would like to go back to those 2 trees, and if they can be saved, I would prefer that. And my understanding is that we don't have to make up I think ultimately Bill is correct. We're going to want a left turn pocket there, but we should investigate if there's, if the trees can be saved, or if there's another option that doesn't require the removal of the trees in order to turn left. I know that it lines up where the trees are, but maybe there is another way to accomplish that. I don't know. I think that should be looked at. Is that clear, James?
Yeah, we can, with that general direction, we can kind of finalize the design. I think we looked at other left turn options. There really aren't any. So I think the question we can look at is we can have an arborist meet out and inspect the trees and see what options we have with them and bring those back. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're ready for a motion at this point. Anybody else? Any more comments? No. Okay. Well, let's work on the motion.
Do you want to start with 3, go, and then do we need a motion on the parking lot? Or we just have a consensus that we want to understand that it's outside of the grant funding? We agree in principle with the design with the left turn pocket saving the trees, if at all possible, and use that as a nucleus for grant applications. Is that what our consensus is?
It's mine.
Sounds good to me. Okay.
If so, then I'll offer a motion on part 2, which is obviously not going to be consensus. I'm going to offer a motion that we proceed with the Class 1 approach, making every attempt, if we haven't exhausted, to go with our preferred prior approach, but understanding that if we'll go with the Caltrans design if we can't change Caltrans's mind, and also do away with the off-curb parking on the north side.
And the El Paseo.
Well,
this is just on Maricopa Highway.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So that's
my motion.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Could we have the roll call, please? Yeah.
Councilmember Francina,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Haney,
So,
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Wyrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Blatz,
Oh, well, there's some parts of that I agree with. Overall, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So we're set there. Anything else to add, James, at this point?
Do we need a motion on the part one?
I think part one,
Or is that consensus?
yeah, I had consensus to prioritize lighting and the parking lot over raised curbs. You know, in other words, I'm sorry, the curb extensions. So in other words, you know, if we can remove more curb extensions to pay for the other items, let's do that. And then adding the El Paseo crosswalk. So if that's it, I've got it. If there's anything else, I'd take it now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sounds good. Thank you all, everyone, for your work and expertise and focus and working things out together. Council member reports, anything? This late hour? Okay. City manager's report?
I was going to go through the agenda items for the next meeting, but I think with those two items getting pushed or continued from this meeting to next, it'll be those and redistricting and skateboarding / bicycle sidewalk enforcement. So those will be the primary items on the list at this point. Also, I mentioned earlier that the March 3rd, which is prior to our next meeting, March 3rd, Parks and Rec meeting, we'll have the pickleball discussion. And the March 2nd Planning Commission meeting, we'll have the Planning Commission reviewing the cannabis ordinance and proposed modifications to that ordinance. So we'll have several items coming to the various commission meetings worth keeping an eye on. So,
okay, thank you.
Nothing else.
Okay, any future agenda items from any council members? Susan?
Let me think through how to ask this. At the beginning of the meeting, when we were discussing the a million years ago, the church property, to go back to Mayor Stick's a very serious concern about water. Do we need to adopt? Is it council or is Planning Commission looking at this water-wise standards for landscaping and for building, and not just building, but for I'm sorry, my brain is on overload. But how do we proceed so that as a valley we adopt the most water-wise standards? How do we proceed?
I'll take a look. I think I could take a look at that and report back because it was on the Planning Commission's work plan for quite a while. I'm not sure if they wrapped it into their Title 10 update. I know they talked about that at one point, or kind of, you know, where they're at with it. So I could follow up and find out where the Planning Commission is at. If it's something they look at, then we will bring it forward. If not, we'll figure out how we can get it agendized or give council the option to get it agendized for the Planning Commission. So.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you all for a long and fruitful meeting, and appreciate all your expertise and participation. So have a good night. Sweet dreams, everybody. Sleep well.
Good night.
Good night.